Alright, get into it. Started the stream too late, so it says stream starting soon, but it's going to be stream starting now.
Ask if Leo was ready for our TPK. And he was like, I don't know. No, not at all. And we were discussing just where our characters were at mentally. It was like what our thoughts and ideas and plans, feelings were.
Tony.
Hmm?
You said Leo, but you meant not important.
No, yeah, my bad. I did. I said Leo, and I meant Tony. I was talking to Leo. I meant, yeah, my bad.
Does anyone know who Emanon is? Like, I've seen them on Discord, but
He's an old friend of mine. He's kind of in here just by default.
Fair.
Played in at least 2 or 3 of my previous games. 3. Definitely 3.
Hi, Ben.
Hello.
Hello.
And everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everyone.
I have a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Demonic entity.
Anybody want to fill Blue in on why we're about to TPK?
Oh yeah, Blue. It's we figured out what happened.
We rolled a new character.
Good news, bad news.
Good news, like bad news.
It's vampires. That's bad news.
Yeah.
I got that. I was hearing like most of everything, but bits and pieces were lost.
Yeah. You were there, or you were there for? I'm trying to remember where you left off.
I think
Ares?
you guys had definitely found Ares.
Okay. So yeah, we found Ares, who had managed to free himself. Then we walked around, kind of tracking stuff. We managed to get our way into this this old temple. We talked for a moment. They were like, it's basically what it came down to was these 2 people are vampire, Julian and let's say Vivian. Yeah, Vivian are vampires. They've been living with the musician for a long time, number of years. He has figured out a concoction that he can make, like a little potion that can sustain them, and they don't have to drink blood anymore. It's not like pleasant for them. It's, yeah, they kind of wither slightly when they drink it, but it does sustain them. Julian has been, for all we know, Julian's been drinking it and just resigned to that life. And Viviana has been like resentful of it and has periodically been taking people and eating them. And well, you don't get to eat people. And there was a lot of back and forth talking, a lot of that, like them trying to talk us down, a lot of things going on until we finally. Oh yeah, I should probably roll that dice. until finally we just drew the dagger, and it was just like clear that we're about to fight.
All right.
I didn't mean to roll initiative. That was.
I mean, I don't
Well,
mind
tell
if you want to
But,
take it.
I'll keep it. I mean,
I mean,
If
should we
anybody
roll
ever
this?
wants to just roll their initiative, can. I just click the one button because it's easy and fast.
I don't think that clip is on YouTube. That sucks.
Please, no!
That's
nah, you roll it. Roll
what you get for rolling your initiative. Get.
I like to roll dice. I do get to roll a d8 as soon as I figure out how to roll the dice.
Nah, I want to be fair. I really didn't mean to roll it, so I don't want to count that roll as good as it is.
It's fine. Just your initiative. Bye bye.
It gets rid of a good roll, but it also gets rid of Devin's bad roll, so it's like balancing out.
Yeah. I'm just gonna clear it all. I'll just hit the button for everybody. Everybody will be happy, except for Faith. We'll probably not be as happy.
I do see everyone's name twice for some reason on the
Do you?
turn tracker.
Uh,
Your turn. Oh yes, I do.
let's do this. So you
Oh,
can
yeah.
kinda...
Oh yeah, and the good news, Blue, is that as far as we know, they're not aware of you yet.
Awesome.
Is anybody's name on it right now?
Nope.
No.
Alright, and now it's just one of each?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Problem.
I'm
Okay,
very low. What did I roll?
No, this is just alphabetical. So
Oh, okay.
I'm not seeing anything. Like, I'm just seeing.
It's in the second tab, the one with the fist.
Of course it is.
Alright. It was just... Did anybody other than Brahm have Gift of Alacrity? I'm trying to remember.
Yep, I did.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll post it again.
And I
Yeah,
rolled an
it's
8 for
something
it, and
fair
I've set
enough.
it up as a modifier.
There's Brahm, Faith, and Sabine. There's Brahm, Faith.
I have not rolled for it yet.
Alright. We are not waiting on anybody, so we're going to...
Here we go.
Woo!
Alright, and then...
Not bad.
Faith and Brahm, do you want to roll your own die, or do you just want to take the...
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I rolled miserably.
I mean, as far as Gift of Alacrity.
I already rolled mine. Is it not included in the?
I
It
don't...
is. You just roll terribly.
Is it actually included?
I'll roll.
I don't know.
Boom, 6. I'll take that.
It's probably included. If if there's modifiers, yeah, it's included. I just rolled a 6.
Rolls for initiative, it is +1. I think that's just from Dex.
So we got
It got you from a 9 to a 17, so which
Yeah, it's
means
definitely
you
included in
move.
Faith's initiative.
So you go before Viviana.
Could be clutch. I'm
Yeah.
removing the mod. No, so I already used it.
An update. Add 6016.
Oh, I really hate to be that guy, but Airhis has exhaustion, right? And initiative is a ability check,
Oh yeah.
so it
Okay.
should be an advantage.
I'll reroll.
Oof.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh no!
You
It
were
makes sense,
you were gonna
yeah.
jump on it, but you decided to take a breather instead.
It perfectly
You-
makes
you
sense
threw
why
your
Eris
back
would be
out.
last.
So sorry, Leo.
No, it's perfect. I was thinking to myself, how does this explain Eris going first?
Oh, let me unpause.
And I'm like, yeah, this is much more sense.
All right. So, Ramir.
Okay. So, he's not like happy in this moment. He was hoping this could be avoided.
Yep.
But he's not like an angry guy, but there is something that she said that stuck out to him the other night. And he just kind of gives her this sad look, takes a deep breath, clenches his jaw, raises up that dagger, and just goes for it. Plunging it down. There's no like finesse. There's no like fancy movements. This is straight just chopping motion. As he tries to plunge this thing straight in. Boom. Please hit. 18?
18 does hit. Yep.
Okay. And I don't know if she has any sort of resistances or anything, but as that dagger just like sinks in, you just see this like he closes his eyes for a second and then just opens them up, a slight glow as this twinge of power runs down his arm. The blade gets this like white hot energy and just starts to sear as I'm pouring in a divine smite.
Gotcha.
Excellent. You're in
And
your element.
since she's a undead, I get to roll an extra d8
Oh,
for a
nice.
total 3d8. For 11 points of damage on top of the 9 points of piercing. So I don't know if she has like how she's feeling with that. I don't know how she's feeling with the dagger hits. If she's still smirking, but as that dagger comes in, that like greenish glow of this just divine righteousness smacks into her. He's gonna look at her and just be like, "It's like, so you wanted to be a wolf, huh?" There's a- People don't. And yeah, just pull that dagger out.
Yeah, she bares her fangs at you, and she seems not exactly severely injured by it, but certainly unpleased.
Yeah, is there any reaction from her now that she realizes, oh, this guy can injure me? Because before she was just very dismissive of us in general. But the very fact that I was able to injure her at all, there's like any sort of twinge of worry in her eyes?
There's certainly surprise, and she shifts a lot of her demeanor away from this kind of casual arrogance and more into kind of like seems a little bit more animalistic in a way. There's kind of a wildness in her eyes now. You
So-
get the sense that she understands that she might be in some kind of threat now.
Gotcha. So, well, I have a bonus action I could potentially take, but I don't have a shield on my person, so as I end my turn, I just kind of square up, just get an interface. I shoot Julian a glance. I'm just like, just stay out of this, man. And I end my turn.
Yeah. You
Scratched.
you see Viviana close her eyes, and there's all of you get the impression that most of you have probably encountered telepathy in some shape or form, and it feels almost like a telepathic link is made to you, but it's not as specific. It feels almost like a wave, and even though it wasn't directed at any of you specifically, this kind of telepathic wave, you get the general gist as it washes over you that it is coming from Viviana, and that she is calling for aid in some kind of way.
Uh-oh.
Ah. It's just Julian.
Okay. So if we look at Julian, has he shown any reaction to her getting attacked?
He is just the absolute king of deadpan looks, but
Right.
you can roll an insight if you want to kind of try to pierce the veil.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt. Well, but while she's doing that, I don't want to metagame. So, like, what is? Devin Coffee, happen to know everything about D&D vampires. You might be doing something weird and different, and that's cool. How much would Bram know besides just random legends?
The things that would solidly be known are sunlight sensitivity, and drinking blood, and then the rest is pretty much up to folklore and legend and varies region to region. They're pretty well known in most regions. As part of the Logic Master's Great Purge, it's known that they also kind of hunted down vampires and werewolves and a number of like those kind of legendary monstrous races that have plagued people for a while. They kind of cleaned them up too, along with the sorcerers. So they've kind of faded mostly into legend since then, and because of that, the stories have kind of diverged a lot and varied. I think what else I could give. In some versions, the vampires are spellcasters, capable of spellcasting. In other versions, they're not. In some versions, they're capable of flying at will. In others, they're not. In some versions, they are like monstrous and hideous and obviously look undead. In others, they can disguise themselves and look normal. They're charming and whatnot. It seems like most vampire stories diverge into either the like charming spellcaster seduces you and drinks your blood and then leaves you for dead, and then the other side is, just an undead monster that stalks you in the night and ambushes you. Then
And I guess
kills
they've
you.
both been proven to be true in the last few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah.
you're beginning
yeah,
to think
okay.
that there might be truth in some aspects. Maybe all of it's true to some degree. Or
So,
maybe
he
just
doesn't
like
say-
people, vampires have like diversity. Who knows?
Gotcha. He's like, he doesn't say anything, but I think he kind of he was gonna reach into his pocket or his bag and pull out some garlic, but then but then realized like I should have left that in with the horse. So
Yeah. All the
We get a
common
flashback
stuff.
to Brum like rummaging through his stuff and looking at the garlic and thinking, "Now I won't need that."
Mhm. Yeah, the common ailments like forbiddens and like can't cross running water and stuff like that. All this super common folklore stuff is fair for all of you to know. Unless you think your character would just be like really oblivious to that kind of thing. Which is also fair. Alright. So yeah. Anyways, Blue, your insight check. You look at him and he the way his eyes kind of dart across the room, you get the sense that he's trying to judge it almost seems to you like a warrior surveying his opponents, trying to assess what they're capable of and what their strengths are. He's still just leaning against that wall, arms crossed, and however, when he looks at Viviana, it doesn't. His look doesn't seem any different than when he's looking at everyone else. You think he considers everyone a possible opponent, including Viviana, and that he might be trying to make up his mind still.
Okay. And they still don't know I'm here yet, right?
Yeah, we're gonna
Presumably.
consider you hidden.
Okay. Then all I'm gonna do for the moment is ready an attack if Viviana moves towards Graham. I am going to cast Firebolt and aim it at her hair. I know that's not a mechanical thing, that's just what Blue is aiming for.
Okay, your attack is
Okay.
ready for if she moves to where?
If she moves to attack Bram.
Okay.
Or I guess if she just moves in general. Yeah, if she just moves in general, because that'll...
So if she does anything threatening, basically.
Yeah.
Alright. You see Julian, he gets up from leaning against the wall and kind of stands straight backed. He moves his arms from being folded in front of him to being crossed behind his back. And he will summon a sword out of thin air that floats in front of him. It is a large sword. It is technically a great sword, but it has a very slim blade, and is very short for a great sword. It's somewhere between a long sword and a great sword in length, but we're mechanically calling it a great sword. The blade floats there, and he still surveys everyone. His mind clearly not made up yet, as he we'll say he takes the dodge action and passes his turn.
Okay. So first of all, what is Alexander doing?
In one word, panicking.
Good. Okay. That's the proper reaction to all of this. So as I raise my hands, I will yell at him, "Go call for help! Just run! We got this."
Yeah. He looks at you, and this like composed, absolute legend of a man seems to you like just a pile of putty with no backbone at the moment. It's a little disheartening actually to see like someone that you might have considered to be one of your heroes just absolutely crumble under the pressure.
I already thought I was better than him.
But yeah, he seems perfectly content to run this way. Get out.
And having done that, I will how far away am I? 20 feet. I'll put some distance between us. So I'll move to 23. I guess I'll get to like here.
Mhm.
And then I'll do a Scorching Ray against Viviana. Tried and true.
Gotcha. Hits.
I'll just roll all of them.
Mhm.
1, 2, and 3. Does a 15 hit?
The 15 does, the 9 obviously does not.
Okay, so 2 of them hit, and since she is hexed, that's 5, 7 more points of damage. So 17, 19 points of fire damage total. And I hope the third one that didn't hit her does not light the whole place on fire.
Mhm.
Does Hex work on you?
On
Um,
who?
Like, if you're not the person who cast Hex, do you get the extra damage?
I was
I
the
don't
one
think
who
so.
cast it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean generally? No, it's only for the caster.
Right.
I was like, when you didn't specify you cast Hex, and then I remembered, no, you cast Hex like a minute ago. Like yeah, or not a minute. Yeah, I was like, I had forgotten that you had cast Hex, and I was
Yeah,
like,
I
oh,
forgot.
that's awesome. And what
Yeah.
did you what was the
It was strength.
strength?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So for my bonus action, I don't think I can do anything that would matter right now. So I think that's it. That's all I can do.
Alright.
That's my turn. I will end it.
All right. Umbroff will, Eating Face advice, run, and use his action to dash. When he gets to this door, he opens it and immediately recoils backwards and runs backwards a little bit.
Oh fuck.
Great.
That was
Okay.
Quick question. Are there any windows on this?
there
Well,
are where you can kind of see the stained glass bleeding through. They're kind of high. Not super high. They're like 5 feet off the ground, roughly.
Cool. Sorry, John.
Okay. I am going to do something that I'm sure I'm going to regret. And I guess I do need my carry sheet open to make an attack roll. I'm gonna run at her and I claw at her because I am a panther. Hopefully I hit.
Still invisible, right?
I'm not sure I am.
Because you'd get advantage, I think.
Unless they can like see invisibility or something.
Yeah, you're still
They
invisible.
might.
That concentration's not been broken. So. You can
We still don't know that he's a panther.
you can click advantage on it. Obviously, after this first attack, it would no longer be invisible. Right.
Yep.
Well, that hits regardless.
2.
For a little bit of damage.
Yep. And because I hit with the claw attack, I can use the pounce feature and take a bonus action bite. Good. Sloan has woken up now and she is in my face. I definitely feel like I'm in combat now. Thank you, Sloan, for this touch of realism.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks at this panther that's materialized in front of her, a little confused.
I think everyone in the room is a little bit confused.
Yep. But
Yeah.
it's obviously a friendly panther. Well, I mean, not friendly to her.
Snow Leopard, for the record.
It's
Okay,
at
that's
least
fine.
helpful to us for now.
Huh. Yeah, I've never seen Tonsil Single do this magic. I was thinking, it was like, well, okay, we know Tonsil Single was invisible.
Yep.
Invisible creature just attacked the vampires. But we don't. I guess we don't know at this point that he can do that.
Base assumption is that he summoned a panther.
Well, if you attack while
Ah.
invisible, you break invisibility, right?
I've
So
left the
yeah,
invisible.
so everyone can see the panther now. We just don't know where it came from.
Alright. She was caught off guard by the invisible panther flying her with the first attack. But after that, she very adeptly dodges
Oh,
your attempt.
and I'm sorry. The other part of the pounce is she has to make a DC 12 strength check or be knocked prone.
Which he has disadvantage on.
Excellent. This is accidental perfect synergy.
Yep.
I presume that makes the DC.
Yeah.
She's a
That's what
strong
she does
lady.
as well.
Yes.
Actually, that's a good
Alright.
point.
I'm done.
She's a strong, independent vampire. You don't need no man.
Ah,
Good job, Toss. She wants to summon more critters? Well, we summon Panther.
it's a
Stop us
summon.
behind us!
Or we summon Big Cat. That's right.
And just to describe, by the way, these folks down here a little bit. They are dressed as the servants who have been all around the dinner party.
Oh, I see.
Except now they
Oh.
look gaunt and undead, and
There's been an
yeah.
imposter among us all along.
Oh.
I'm gonna say Sid doesn't notice those guys in time because this is all happening at once. I was gonna just tackle the vampire woman, Viviana.
Mhm.
I'm gonna attempt to grapple.
all right, yeah.
Bad. But she might roll worse.
Let's see. Did roll worse.
Nice.
Oof.
Thanks to that disadvantage.
Yep.
Yeah, I just ran at her like yelling enthusiastically. And I'm
Yelling
also
what?
sure. I think I'm enthusiastically. I'm also sure. I'm pretty sure. Like all my limbs are off the ground. I am just clinging to her in more of a distracting way than a restraining way.
Yeah, I got you.
But that would be my action, so no attack for me.
Okay. And go ahead and move
And-
yourself, obviously, within.
Yeah. Oop, not there. There. Oh, no, I'd be there.
All right. So. We. Hmm. All right. He will. He quickly shifts into and is surrounded by some kind of shroud that makes her seem strange. Her silhouette is shifting, and she is like semi-translucent, or rather, just truly translucent. And yeah, she's just effectively heavily obscured. And then you will look down towards Faith. And
Ooh, what is this?
I don't like the sound of it.
yeah, Faith, make a hint. That's rather
check.
crucial.
A safe. Okay.
Save, yes.
Okay, I am not great at those, not at all. What do you click? Here?
Fuck. Just casually throwing out a DC. Right.
Yeah.
60.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. So you take half damage nonetheless, which is still very sucky for you. And I don't know if it probably won't matter, but do you think there's a surface thought that would be on Faith's mind that Viviana would gain an impression of?
Imagine the surface thought is probably, I'm pissed.
That and
Yeah.
well, she's. I guess her first priority would be to just
I mean, you're in
I'm playing
combat. It's
characters.
fair if your thoughts are very just moment to moment oriented. So
Yeah, it's mostly just kill this woman.
mhm.
Just
All
pure
right.
destruction.
Kill this woman and then probably ow.
And then then just pain.
All right.
Lots of it.
The surface thought part of that spell is completely useless because every time it's just going to be, ow, that hurt.
All right.
Would we be able to tell that attack was happening? Because Blue would be looking for her moving to do something.
She's also struggling with a very clingy gecko right now.
This is true.
It's almost every other thing she can do would be like a very obvious attack, but that is one of the most subtle ways she can hurt a person. So just give me an insight check, and we'll call it a DC 14, the same as the attack had. Yeah, it's yeah. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, that, of all of her abilities, that's like the one thing that might go unnoticed. She just kind of looks at Faith, and Faith, well, is probably pretty visible that Faith has some kind of reaction to it.
Oh yes, certainly.
So-
She's just like
Yeah,
bent
I'll-
over, clutching her head.
I'll just give it to you. You can get your ready to action.
Oh, okay.
It's too strong of an attack.
It's okay because that does not hit.
it does not. As a matter of fact.
Blue's just trying really hard not to hit Sid at the same
Actually,
time.
you're
That's what I take that as.
you were still hidden, so you get advantage.
Oh, true.
You would not be after this attack, but you can hover over the 10 that you rolled, and then there's a plus
Okay.
sign that appears to the right.
That's what it is.
All right, that does it. Now. Firebolt dives.
Right. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
There's like, yeah, I think Branch just kind of like, for a moment, just kind of grins. Still trying to take this seriously, but she went from like, this lady went from like snooty confidence to like suddenly a panther in her face, clawing at her, and then now her hair is on fire.
And there's a lizard grabbing her.
Yeah, it's certainly an unglamorous fight for her at the moment.
Ah, fuck! I forgot about my reaction.
Reaction.
Something.
What reaction could you take?
Mysterious.
Oh, nothing now.
I am surprised you went after Faith, though.
Faith was being the most aggressive.
Yeah.
Did the most damage recently. Or the only damage, I think. Right?
Oh no, Bram did more than me.
Oh, yeah, right. I forgot.
But I was yelling at her and like being very in your face about it.
This one sees Sid just Gecko grappling Viviana and to help.
I didn't actually see that one.
It just opened this door here, and
Yeah.
oh, and when that door opens,
Is there like a hidden initiative order?
there is, yeah. And I don't know why they don't pop. Usually they would pop up after you unhide them. but
How
they're
does
not
that
for
door
some reason.
lock?
I was planning on locking it, never got method.
Yeah, because
Oh.
no, because I was asked to lock the door, not to shut the door before the combat started, and
yeah.
I would have locked it if it was like a bolt.
It was a what you call it? It's
I
not like
think we had
it's not like a
like a-
deadbolt on it, but there is like a oh, what's the word? Why can't I think of it? It's like a wooden
wooden bar?
bar, yeah.
I definitely would have put that on because I was specifically told to shut the door so people can't escape.
Yeah, but the musician guy went to run out because Faith told him to, so he opened the door to get out, and then they were there.
Isn't
No,
that the
but that's
lower
the
one?
other door. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
two doors.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
there's
the
two
doors.
doors.
All right. Here's what's gonna happen instead
mean-
then.
We're
Maybe
only
last.
prolonging the inevitable.
I know.
Hey, jump in through the window.
I'm not like I'm not trying to game the system. I'm just
No, you're
like
good.
pertaining to accuracy.
Well, it's a pretty sturdy door. We'll call it 20 hit points, like an AC door.
How do you
Oh,
miss
that-
a door?
That's terrifying.
It's not about missing the door. It's more like you hit it in a really strong spot, and the attack is like to actually damage it, something like that.
That
How
makes
we
sense. Yeah.
conceptualize it. But yeah, they're actually. Oh, that's weird. They're on the other side. Okay. All right, so they're at least that one is clawing at the door. You guys can hear that something's clawing at the door. And
Holy
how's
shit.
it?
Just take a moment to imagine how terrifying it is to hear something clawing at the door from the outside as all of this is going on.
Just imagine if we actually had locked the panther outside.
Well, he was invisible, so it would have been fine.
Yeah. I guess.
Would have moved on to a better party.
Okay. So just before the dawn, Ben, I know last week you were trying to be vague in descriptions because you didn't want to make it obvious that it was a vampire, but
Right.
now that the cat's out of the bag, does Eris have more clearer memories on what happened? How does he feel and all of that?
I mean, it seems obvious to you now that yeah, Viviana lured you into the room and then kind of like got close, like she was going for a kiss, but instead just went straight to your shoulder to drain your blood. When you feel at your shoulder, you can like feel the two little pinpricks of her fangs that are still there. A little bit healed by now, but still the wounds are there, obviously. And you're obviously quite sure that you feel this way because you were drained nearly to death, but still barely left alive. Perhaps further feeding later, I think maybe. But yeah, I don't know if there's any other details you wanted me to fill in, but yeah, that all should be. It's definitely fair for all that to be obvious to you.
So I think Eris is still kind of leaning against the store, the wall, like nearly a death's door himself. And he watches Bram kind of pull out the dagger, begin the fight, and all of this unfold. But I think he's about to act, he hears the bouncing on the door, but as whatever attack I think Viviana did on Faith gets him to look behind, and he sees the bottom door opens. And are they like, can we clearly identify them as like vampires, or you mentioned they were dressed as servants?
They're dressed as the servants, but much like Julian changed in the way he looks, just like getting gaunt and looking a bit more undead, just generally, you know. These servants that are coming in now look much the same, and they just have this wild, hungering look in their eyes, much like Viviana has adopted now. That's it seems it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that they're enemies and probably vampires themselves.
Okay. I think he'll kind of push himself off the wall, taking like deep breaths to keep whatever little bit of energy he has left. Looking kind of past Faith, and he'll kind of reach under his belt into the little pocket he made, pulling out a dagger. And he's cast the spell previously, and back then it was with the help of a scimitar, where he kind of twirled about, making like web-like patterns in the air, which were like extremely fine. But this is like a very spotty job. as he kind of twirls the daggers to the air. And Ares is going to cast Web at the bottom door.
Mhm. All right. So one of them makes it, the other.
I think it should be 4x4, not 5x5.
I just got a template and I pasted it.
Huh. Because it says 20-foot cube.
So
It's not a 5x5 if you hover over it seems like a 5x5, but then in actuality it's a 4x4.
Hmm.
It's real.
Ah, I get it.
Yeah, it's like a
The
4x4
hitbox is bigger
within a
than the actual
5x5.
model.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? And then that made perfect sense.
that one's webbed, the other one is not. Oh, never mind. That's going to be at. I already rolled the saves, but it's supposed to happen at the start there. Sure. We'll just remember that they've already. All right.
Hey. As he's looking southwards, what's Fate's cadence like? You mentioned she was kind of clutching her head.
Yeah, she's definitely in pain and probably just now starting to realize that we're in trouble.
Mhm.
So there's
Um,
probably some terror creeping in.
Yeah. And I think as Ares sees, Faith he'll call out one east and drink the potion. And he's gonna start moving east as well, away from the other door. Well, how are they kind of breaking down the door? Is it obvious? Are they like just making holes in it and coming through, or what does the 20 HP represent?
I mean, yeah, they're literally just tearing the door down. It's in its entirety. They're clawing at it with very powerful blows, and each blow is just like chipping away more of the wood. And it seems like they're clearly going for it's a double door. It's a large double wooden door, and so like they're clearly going for where the two doors meet as the obvious weak point. So it's not like they're gonna tear away the entirety of the door, but at least like the middle of the door is going to be completely broken by the time they get through it, and the doors probably swing open. Right now they haven't broken through at all. You just hear wood chipping away with each swipe.
Okay. And then Ares with his half speed will leap himself across the room. That's about. I'm not sure how this works. But he'll kind of also. So typically, like mechanically, the Blade song for him is, just dancing about and, agilely dancing, like dodging blows. But I don't think in this state how well he's able to pull it off. It's more like he's staying still for the first time and like the bow is like the peak of a ballet dancer, and then he's ready to dodge away. with the little energy he has left. And he'll do that as a bonus action and a stone.
Alright, so that's the one that's saved. Already rolled. As long as you don't end their turn. Difficult terrain. It is difficult terrain. So gonna happen. It's going to spend gonna move once with difficult terrain, so that it's 10 feet of movement. Then it's going to begin climbing on the wall.
The spider
this is
feeling
a-
here.
This is a 20-foot cube, so even if the vampire is going up, it will still be difficult terrain.
Cute.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, it is. I always envisioned it as like a blanket of webbing. But yeah, no, that works. So
Oh, it says,
this then.
yeah, there's walls, so it's a cube.
Is it every time they enter another 5-foot square of it, they have to roll again? That seems a lot.
No, I don't think. I think you roll once, and if you succeed, you're not restrained for the duration of your turn, and then but you're still affected by the difficult terrain.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Mhm.
It's not entirely clear, but that makes the most sense to me.
All right. So it moves out of sight, and moves out of sight. You can, Faith, you can maybe faintly hear the running footsteps of that vampire on the other side, and then
It's just Resident Evil.
you see a silhouette cast in the light from the stained glass, and then the stained glass shatters and
Fuck.
breaks as the vampire climbs in from the outside, breaking through. However, it had to use its action to dash, so that is the entirety of its turn. Get for that.
That's horrifying.
This is terrible.
That is very Resident Evil.
Straight out of Village.
Just so like his head turns back, hearing that. Like I don't think he noticed the vampires until just now. The
Mhm.
other ones. And there's just like his eyes go wide, face goes pale. I was like, then he looks over at Vivian and is like, "You were a guest here."
This is rude behavior.
This is like just sin on top of sin. You were a guest, and you're going to hurt the people under your host's charge.
Shame
And
on you.
and like that look of like wide-eyed gaunt, like just his hand just extends out, grabbing around her throat. As I take that dagger and try and just like
Bomb's going
Yeah.
vicious, man.
Love it.
he's like
I think this is the first time we've seen Brom like this, like actually
Yeah.
mad. Alright, go ahead.
Oh, is she grappled at the moment?
Yep.
She is grappled at the moment.
So I get advantage on this attack. All right.
Good.
I don't think it could.
Oh, it
Rain
doesn't.
does. Let me double
Huh?
check.
I could have swore grapple.
Grappling makes the grappled creature's speed 0. And that's about it,
That's
honestly.
it.
The only thing grapple really does is just keep them in place. Restrained is the one that would give advantage.
Man, I need that feat.
All right. Well then, so that 15, does that hit?
Yes, that would hit.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Well, then you know what's coming.
So I do.
Three. Come on. So that is 22 points of damage. 13 radiant. As just more of this, like, righteous fury comes down, pouring
actually,
into the neck wound.
Okay, I'm gonna have to impose disadvantage on. We'll call that second attack you made the disadvantage, because she did surround herself in that curing magical darkness. Translucent. 13 would actually miss. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't mark off the spell slot.
Yeah, you can do your spell slot.
Okay.
How about I'll give you this because I forgot about it. I'm before we decide whether it hit or miss, I'm just going to roll disadvantage on your first attack you made. And we'll use that. You have a chance at hitting. Okay. So yeah, you did hit. And the damage that I have already marked did apply.
Okay.
That
All right.
was my fault for missing.
Are we level 5? How are we getting multiple attacks?
He
I'm not
just clicked
getting
it
multiple
twice
attacks.
instead of doing the disadvantage. Or doing the advantage. Whatever it was.
Yeah, I just attacked twice instead of giving myself. I forgot that you can do that in Foundry. I'm still learning. So, so if I do use that smite, I have 1 spell left. I have so many cool spells I could do, but like at the end of the day, Hurdy hurt the bad
Undead,
lady.
you gotta use Radiance.
Yeah, it's like Hurdy hurt the bad lady with radiant power is
Yeah.
really the best thing that we could be doing.
This is what it's for. This is what you need Radiant damage for.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
She's a pretty lady. You're a little bit smitten.
A little bit smiting.
Define this.
I have a feat that allows me to use a shield as a bonus action to shove a creature down. I don't have a feat.
Your shield.
I don't. But but there is a big old altar of a god, my god, right behind me. Is there any way I can just throw her onto that? Just like knock her down into that as a bonus action.
As a bonus action, no. I would say as an action, if you successfully grappled her yourself, then I'd allow you as a bonus action to then do that.
Okay.
But until you have some kind of leverage over her, that you would need that to at least to make something like that happen as a bonus action.
So slashing her with this dagger, pulling that. I'm ending my turn.
All right.
I was like, it's not too late to just give up. Doesn't have to be this violent. But you're not walking out of here.
That sounds interesting.
All right. They're so close to breaking through that door. I'm gonna say that it's so clawed away at that you guys can see through it, but it's technically not broken down yet. You can see that there's two vampires on the other side of this door that are literally 1 damage away from breaking it. The door is just barely holding it together.
mean, that means they have to waste another attack on it, so that's
Mhm.
good.
There is another vampire that comes through the same broken window. And she looks at Faith briefly, but then her eyes are drawn, or this vampire's eyes are drawn towards Ares. Oh, the fresh wound.
Not sure if that's better or worse.
Oh, sorry, it should be the claws first. We'll keep that roll.
It's fine.
Okay, so the claws. Okay. But actually can't bite you unless it has. So it has to do a second claw attack instead of bite. And I guess miss.
Yeah.
Nice clutch.
Oof. Yeah, it's just
Scott moves like Chaco.
yeah. It comes stumbling in through the glass a little bit overeager and just kind of... The smell of blood on you is what drew it away from Faith and towards you. And it's also what made it too kind of frenzied and eager and really clumsy. And even in your exhausted state, you still have a good bit more grace with your blade dancing than the average person. You easily die.
Oh boy, I get to eat. This is going to be great. First feeding. Here we go. Oh no. That's tripped. Jesus, how many of these fucking spawn things does she have?
How many servants did we see at the party?
I hope it's not all of them. There's no way.
You would see it because it's climbing and it is at the window, but I can't show you it because of the wall that's there. But at this window on the outside, peering through the hole in the window, there's another vampire spawn. For those of you that are in, see that.
That's 1, 2, 3. One at the door, 4, and then one outside, 5. That we know of.
Great.
Dude.
Can I check on Julian again? How is he doing? How has he reacted at all again? Should I roll insight to check on him again, or
Yeah, do insight again. There is something about him that seems a bit different. Wow, same time, same thing as last time. Yeah, he's been just kind of surveying this whole time what's going on, just getting a gauge for how the fight's panning out. And considering he goes next, you see him, he closes his eyes and just takes a deep breath in preparation. And you get the sense that he seems sad. He seems like he's resigned himself. His body language, I don't know. Yeah, his body language to you indicates that he doesn't seem to, the way he positions himself, as if Sid, who's right next to him, he's not positioning himself in a way to attack Sid, you think. So at the very least, his focus is not on Sid. He seems to be moving and focusing more southwards. But it's even with that 20, it's hard to tell whether that southwards focus is Ares and Faith or the vampire spawn that are down there.
Okay.
But
But you
the
said
one
he
thing that might
seems
give
resigned.
you, yeah, and the one thing that might give you an indication is that he's focusing on something that's not Viviana right now. Even though Viviana would, you'd think that if he was trying to help her, that, you know, he'd obviously be focusing on Sid or someone near her.
Okay. Because of... Okay, no, I can't get... Well, does she get an attack of opportunity when she's grappled?
He does, yes.
Let's see why not.
Sorry, that was like two things at the same time. Was that a yes or a no? She does or
Yes,
does not?
she
Because I
does.
can't get past. She does? Okay. Then I will just continue to focus on her. We'll handle her and then we'll get to helping the others.
Mhm.
So
Only move through
Blue-
the space of anyone because you're small.
Anyone can move through anyone else's space. I
Right,
would
but
say
you don't
that
have
your Blue's the only one who could maybe arguably occupy the same space. I'd probably make you roll like an acrobatics, or there'd be some penalties to both you and the person space you're occupying. But
Yeah, but just with how everybody is, the only space I could move through without getting into her window would be Julian's. And I don't know how Julian would react to that. So
right, yeah. If you're not sure
Yeah,
whether
so
they're
I'll
hostile
just-
or not, that'd be.
yeah. So Blue will throw a firebolt at Viviana, but first she will kind of yell over Julian. Is like, you know, you could just leave. You haven't done anything wrong. We're not focused on you. You could just like go, and we will not stop you. Blue does not know if that is true for the others, but that's certainly true in their mind.
You're saying that
I mean,
towards
at
Julian?
this point,
Yeah.
And that was Viviana.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, that hits.
I love how Blue, like on her portrait in game, has a bow and arrow, but like canonically refuses to do anything but like, I'm gonna shoot fire at you. I know how to do this. This is awesome.
It's just so much easier. And plus, we don't have any of the weapons right now anyway, because we left with the horses, so...
I thought you
also
had
feel
all
like
your
it's not
weapons.
fair to
What was
use
the
any
whole
other.
point of you sneaking around?
And
Oh.
considering the common folklore about vampires and stuff, it wouldn't be unfair to know that without a silvered weapon, physical weapons are not as effective, and that magical damage is maybe more reliable.
And I'm just saying, like in this fight and the other fight, like she just constantly uses firebolt. It's, I find it funny.
It's funny.
I'm like looking at all the other spells too, just like, okay, well, I could try that, but then that's just like, well, this makes more sense at the moment. And I can't create light with the current spells I have. Otherwise, that
sneak
was the
attack is
first
the
plan.
best spell.
No. But yeah.
Out of character, I have a suspicion at this point that Blue's not actually a rogue.
You can have the suspicion, but the suspicion is wrong. It's just the way things are happening.
Ah, you say that, but we'll see.
Everyone is pretending to be a class that they're not.
Secretly, we're all sorcerers,
Yeah, except Sid.
except Fate.
Yeah.
I mean, Bram does act very much like does do a lot of ranger shit.
Julian calmly, carefully, slowly just steps down from the elevated platform to here and faces outwards towards these vampires. When he does so, Sid, you notice that the air gets a little bit warmer, which is probably more pleasant to yourself. And yeah, and he faces outwards and he just looks at these two vampires, which you can see through the severely broken door, and just gives a shake of his head. And waits and readies an action.
Okay. So shit's bad.
Yep.
I think what I will do. That's probably not the best decision, but that's what fate would do. Is take a step that way. Use her action to disengage. Take a second step that way. And then use her bonus action for her. Just places a hand on Ares' shoulder and looks him in the eye, and unless Leo doesn't want that to happen, he will disappear in a flash of green and reappear.
Yeah,
Over
I think if that
here.
that description has like a willing tag on it, Eris will kind of, as you start to place your hand on his shoulder, he'll just slap her off. It's like it's not it doesn't do damage, but it's like a bit strong in the heat of the moment, and just say, get out yourself.
I am just. I already wasted my action on this, so just go along with it. No, she doesn't say that. But she goes, just trust me. And again, it's up to you if you will.
Nah.
Can't see
I know
that
probably it
someone
makes
says,
sense.
Just trust me.
I know you probably have like a plan or a character, but in character, Aspia, no, just go yourself. I'll be fine.
Okay, well, fuck. Sorry that I'm taking so long. I'm just not trying to figure out what you would do. Taking 2 steps. Can move to. Where was that? Move to here. Cool. Yeah. So, okay. I guess she will just try one final time to get to his shoulder, and if there's, I imagine there's this very short tussle between the two of them as she tries to get to him, and he pushes her hands away, and she's like, eventually swears at him in Elvish, then just turns and runs. Gets to here, and I guess the only thing I can do is to drink a potion with my bonus action.
Okay. Just to clarify, when you moved away from here and away from here, was there anything you were doing to avoid opportunity attacks?
I used my action to disengage, yes.
Okay.
Which I now regret.
Yeah, I know, like it's our character. I'm messing it up, but yeah,
It's fine. No worries. So yeah, I will drink a potion. Wow. Okay. That's a good roll.
Good roll.
Nice.
Perfect. Well, not perfect. Nearly perfect.
Oh, and it automatically removes the potion. That's neat.
I forgot. Need to roll to see if he's.
That's my
Well,
turn.
we'll get to it on his turn. Alright, this one, which I had already rolled for and is restrained. Let's see. Can I need to do this action?
Yeah, it's a full action to try and escape a grapple. Or
Will it break
wait.
free?
is it? Does it count as a grapple? Is it the same thing?
No, it's restrained.
Hmm.
That's,
Yeah, so
that's
it's
that's
it's
better than a grapple.
gonna use action. Repeat the save. It does break free. After which it will this. I already spent it action to break free, so it can't dash. Yeah, that web delayed them quite a bit. What little spell is that? That's super useful.
Web, yeah. Web's a
Super
dope
good.
spell.
Super good. No, that's it. Alright, Vombrov, who also caught in the web, starts his turn in it. Collateral damage, whatever.
God.
It seems like nobody's considering him a threat.
Or someone is, and that's why he's webbed.
Two.
Yeah, maybe. Alright.
I mean, it's kind of his fault. He needs to take better care of his vampires.
Yeah.
He's caught in the web, and he will try to use his action to break the web. Be the save. Roll. The longer the fight goes, the more I'll have to scroll up to get back to that save. I guess I could just roll it. Not have to do it. Alright, so nope, he remains webbed.
Nice.
He's just
Good web
struggling there between the pews. Just, yep. What is this?
spell. It was the vampires, yeah.
Yep.
Hey, sorry, can I also, on my turn, or just now or whenever, also say something in character?
Yeah, talking is kind of like a free action, so anybody can do it at any time, technically. But, yeah, just, obviously within the reasonable limits of a turn for a round of combat.
Okay, so as Fate drinks the potion and just looks around and gets a grasp of what's happening, she will yell over to Julian and say, "This is your chance to prove that you're not a monster. Give us a reason to spare you." Fully realizing that she's not in a position to say that, but, well, that's all.
Alright.
You're
Okay.
walking around with some big energy, like, yeah, we've already won. When in reality, we're still very much in this fight.
Julian, in response, will say, "I'm a monster. That will never change." Still facing away from you
Sad.
towards the door.
Incorrect. We meant monster on the inside.
Alright, Panther Singel.
So, in true cat presented with a bunch of targets fashion, I'm going to ping pong from one vampire to another, and charge and try to pounce on the vampire in front of Ares. There we go.
There doesn't happen to be a Panther trait or something that,
Pounce is a panther trait. Well, hold on, let me see if I can get it to.
yeah, I'm looking at
Show
it.
up.
20 feet straight forward.
Yeah.
After you hit with an attack, strength
And
save
hit
with
with
a
a
knock
claw.
prone.
Yeah.
And you can
So I
buy
have
as
to
a
hit with
bonus.
this.
That's not the noise panthers make.
You're doing
It's
the
the
druid
background
wrong.
noise.
I'm just thinking Vivian is gonna opportunity attack you.
Okay. I accept this.
Holy shit.
She won't. She'll let you go and not grapple you. But that's the sounds Taz is making after that attack.
It's his first time transforming. He's still getting the hang of it.
I hope that doesn't. That might knock you out of your transformation.
Oh, that's right. You don't actually take like permanent damage when you're transformed.
I mean, you do if it's more than.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I get it.
okay. So that's gonna blow through my panther form,
Okay.
and I'm going to take it on the other side.
Are you two in character? Do you just on all fours pounce it? You know, Taz just all fours pouncing at this vampire.
Well,
Or do you
no. If I can change what I'm about to do, it's
Yeah, no,
going
that's
to
fine,
be
it's fine. I just thought.
less effective.
It would be very funny.
I mean, it's still going to look pretty much the same because I'm going to
So,
first I'm going to take my
just so you know
damage
what I did with your character, because I think I was the one that polymorphed it. But
Yeah, you
on
were.
your sheet, on the top right, just to the left of the close, there's like the 3 vertical dots. If you click that, that's where like there's the importer and stuff. One of them is called a polymorpher. Click that, it
Okay.
gives you you can basically, it's like importing an item or whatever, or classes, except you're importing a creature, and you can like search for creatures by opening the list, and then
So it
whatever
says-
creature you import is what you polymorph into, and it
It
does
says
all.
system-wide player polymorphing is disabled.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have to change the settings. But anyways, I don't know if you can see it on your top bar farther to the left on your character sheet. There's a button that says Restore Transformation. That hopefully should take you back. Are you able to click it? We'll let you.
Yep. Cool. All right. So what I'm going to do instead is cast Primal Savagery.
You can totally
And-
still be bouncing aesthetically.
Yeah, I'm still bouncing.
Nice.
That makes sense.
You hear a gasp from Faith as she sees you transform.
We have like a Scooby Doo moment where we all gasp and we're like, "This is Sengu!"
Was Taz all along. Is it a spell? Primal Savage.
Yeah, it's a spell. There we go.
Yeah. You
Okay,
just have to
yeah,
hover over the
that's-
artwork. Look at that. Okay. All right. Unfortunately,
It's
you missed.
super effective.
Yeah.
Yay.
I think. I don't know if you want it to be more dignified, but I think the idea of you transforming out of a panther, but still just like being so into it that you like subconsciously use primal savagery, but it's just not as effective because you're not a panther now, and it catches you off guard.
Yeah, dignity is not something I think any of us really have at this moment right now.
You're fighting for your
I
life. Who
was
cares
talking
about
about-
dignity?
I don't know what you're talking about. Blue, and Blue is doing great.
All right, Sid.
Blue and Graham, B team over here.
So while someone is grappled, I believe I can move at half speed and take someone with me.
Yep.
Okay. Is this? Can I?
I would
Can I?
just for future reference, I'm going to preface that with if that forced movement.
I'm
puts
not. I'm
them
not
into, like,
searching
danger.
for opportunity attacks.
Yeah, no, it's not about opportunity attacks. Obviously, that it wouldn't provoke. But like, let's say if you're trying to like force them off a cliff or into like a trap or something that will clearly damage them, that they would clearly know damages them, I would probably give them like a saving throw to avoid that thing or avoid that force of movement that would force them into damage. Just for
Yeah, that
future
makes
reference, because otherwise
But,
it's pretty abusable.
What I want to do is do what Bram wanted to do, and like pin her against the Salter.
Okay.
Oh, hang on a second.
So basically, you're trying to turn this grapple into restrained.
It's more of a repositioning thing. Turning a
Okay.
grapple into restrained is a feat, so I don't think
Yeah,
I should be
that's
able
what I
to
was
do
going to
that.
say. Yeah,
But
very
that's
good
just
feat
it's just
that has been very annoying in the past to deal with.
it's more of a I want to just make her more cornered, so there's less of a chance of her escaping.
Okay.
But it's just movement, really. I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like stylistically and like role playing wise, we can say that you're that's how the positioning is. Obviously, these are 5x5 foot squares, and you're not that thick of a person, so you're not occupying the entirety of this square. In reality, you could be like
you're controlling that space.
Yeah. In reality, you could be controlling this space of your square, and you could be forcing her into like that space of her square against the altar. But role playing wise, we can say that that's kind of already what you've done.
Okay.
Mechanically, it's hard to make that matter, to be honest. I can't think of a way to like make it matter without changing, the
Yeah, that
actual
makes
status effect that she's affected by.
I'm torn now between using an action to shove her and make her prone, because that kind of fits what I was trying to do.
Yeah,
like,
that
way
would
against
fit.
the outer. But I
And
could
while
also
she's
do a ton of
grappled, she
damage
can't
right now.
stand up from prone. So
Oh yeah, that's actually awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna shove.
Oh man, I never realized that grappling plus
Oh.
shoving
Gotcha.
someone prone is
yeah,
that
so
good.
she
Oh yeah, it's great.
still is obviously she has the translucent shroud around her, but the fact that you already have her physically in hand.
I also
means
have
it's not
blind
gonna-
sight.
Oh yeah, that would that would also work. That would completely counteract her. Her obscurement. So
Yeah.
all right, so I guess we just need to make contesting. Yeah. She's. Oh wow, but she rolls like a goddess.
Do I have to roll athletics for that? I forget how shoving
I
works.
don't know.
Like,
Yeah, it's
shove.
contested athletics.
Yeah,
Okay.
it seems like almost every kind of thing like that is contested.
Oh, that's a terrible roll again. It's the same roll.
It kind of bounced on a 19. Oh,
I did.
the dog.
Yeah. Well, she's obviously very strong despite her appearances, and even though she's been putting up with your grapple, she is not going to be forced down to the ground.
I've like climbed up onto her shoulders at this point, and I'm just trying to steer her around. And just for flavor, like I don't expect her to do anything. I do want to draw my weapon and just like flail it threateningly. I've got my cane dagger.
Oh yeah. Are you choosing to not transform it yet?
I didn't get a transforming one. I just got a
Oh, you
sheath
just got,
dagger
like, a
that looks
normal-
like a cane.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Then I can reuse it if it comes up.
Right. Alright. Turn. She will look at the fight. How it's going. Witnessing Faith take this potion and then look significantly less wounded. Better condition. Or it wasn't really like physical wounds you just look more vitalized again. And you'll look towards Ares. And
Oh shit.
And because she has drank your blood before, you have disadvantage. Saving throw.
It doesn't matter. I'm knocked out either way.
Gotcha. I do need... There is something that might matter, so I do need to say nonetheless.
The whole darkest secrets versus surface level thought.
I'm right now worried about what his max HP is.
It's not enough.
I'm not sure why
Uh,
it's not
button.
rolling.
Okay, okay.
Do you have your token selected?
Thank you.
If not,
Basically, you have to click where the plus is. Oh, they changed it.
Nice.
With disadvantage though. Good luck. Very good first roll
Not
though.
so nice.
This will be easy.
You got this. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, very good. Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh.
I was on the nat ones.
Okay.
Thank you for taking all of the nat ones this entire campaign.
That's rough, buddy. Well, like you said, damage wise, doesn't matter. But yeah, she glares at you, and you can sense her psychically just psychically daggering into your mind, splitting it apart, searching, digging for the things that you keep buried deepest, and she just cuts right through to it. Obviously, you're unconscious. It's not enough to instant kill you, luckily. But you know that she has learned things that try to keep hidden from the world.
Does Aris know?
You definitely know. You can feel the presence that is dug through your mind. Now, I mean, you're unconscious, so like you know this, and then you immediately fade to unconsciousness. But yeah.
Yeah, she needs to die.
And after she does this, she immediately turns her glare to Julian, who's facing away from her currently. And Julian looks briefly over his shoulder back at her, and their eyes meet. He furrows his brow, and then turns his head away from her again. And she...
Is she gaining health from that attack?
No, not from the attack. Somebody pointed out that she has regeneration. Doesn't he?
She doesn't have regeneration. Because I've been hitting her with radiant damage.
Oh
unless
yeah, no,
she's,
you're 100% right.
unless she's special for some reason.
No,
Like you're the DM. You have.
No, you're
You
right.
tell me how monsters work, but
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. She does not regen.
So,
All right.
yeah,
let's
every
try-
turn I've been making sure I hit her with radiant damage just to make sure. Because like Bram's like one, because it makes sense for Bram to like use holy magic against undead, but also it just happens to synergize with
The meta.
yeah.
All right. This vampire, with one last swipe of the claws, breaks down that door finally, and moves in, and The vampire and Julian share a glaring look, and then it tries to move past him, for which he acts.
Yes. Well done, Julian.
The greatsword, which has just been floating in front of him in kind of like a defensive position, he just stands straight back with arms behind his back, and he just glares at the vampire, and the greatsword telekinetically swoops in and slices at him. And deals. And the vampire decides to stop, lest it incur an opportunity attack, and turns to attack him. Or it should bite, should be claw. Which, it's caught off guard and seems perhaps severely intimidated by Julian, who is generally kind of tall statured. Just kind of has a presence to him. Ever since he transformed in the way he did to look more undead, he's had a bit of a presence to him. And that'll be its turn. Ares, death saving throw.
Yes.
Yes.
Hopefully you used up your crit miss on that hint.
Oh, there's no end to them. They last forever.
Good.
Level 1 success. We'll clamber over this here. Start with
I'm amazed I leapt into battle by tackle grappling someone and haven't been targeted yet.
zoom hits, in case you are.
She's just slinging spells around.
It's,
Right?
it's gonna
On her left.
choose to grapple you
Yeah, it is.
instead of deal damage. Take no damage from.
Oh yeah.
You can, if you hover over the damage, you can heal instead of cover it. If you already dealt it to yourself. Excuse me. And
Yes, you.
and then after that, it will. And just not. That sucks. Oh well.
That's not it.
Alright, so you're grappled. I'll just put the icons on both of you so you know who the one grappling you is. Yeah, it just grapples you and it goes in for the bite and just kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know how you miss a bite on someone you already have grappled, but it just does.
You headbutt him out of the way.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me. How do I undo what I just? This ridiculous stuff I just did.
It's pretty.
To do
It
that,
is
you
great.
have to switch over to the measurement controls, the ruler thing that's right below the token
Yeah,
control.
yeah. I just did.
Then
No.
you hover over that middle icon that appears and hit delete.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
I wish there was
I
a
was
simpler
trying to
way.
measure the distance between myself and
To measure those distances, just stay on the token controls and use the ruler on the second set of tools that appears.
okay, 15 feet. Is that an action or a bonus action? One action. Look at Vivian, look at Faith, Blue. Like I surrounded. I see Ares just grunt and fall. Yep. I'm not disengaging. He just takes his, like, he lets go, gives her a shove back, mechanically doing nothing, but just mad. And he's taken off. Making a beeline right to Ares. So if she wants the opportunity attack, she can.
Did she already use it this turn?
Yeah.
That was last
No,
turn.
that was last turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she will actually. Not. Yeah,
Alright.
you see her actually like reach for you and try to grab you and stop you from leaving, but fails. Strong.
Just shrug it off. Bend down, grab Ares. In the left hand. Take a deep breath in this temple, like just trying to get that aggression out as I lay on hands. How many do I have?
If not to
Really-
channel the aggression into him.
Yeah.
You take 2 death savings here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you. How many points do I give you? See, look, the problem is I don't have enough like good healing to do much. And if you, of course, but we do that thing where every time you go down, it's extra problems.
Exhaustion.
Right, so using the 1 HP lay on hands tactic is not so viable.
But I'll remind you that I put in that clause where it's impossible to like die from exhaustion by getting healed from consciousness.
I'm going to give you
That would be
10 points of healing. Which leaves me with 5 for emergencies.
Up with a 3rd level. Attack rolls and saving throws. Disadvantage.
Essentially, it's like one more one more exhaustion level.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But the
So
3rd level
okay.
is the worst one.
that's pretty. 4 is bad because it makes it so much easier to one-shot you with damage.
Mhm.
But yeah, 3's like mechanically in a fight when you need to fight. That's definitely the worst one.
Is there okay? Since I have to physically like touch him, I'm already doing that as an action. Is there any way to use the rest of my movement to spin Ares like over here?
No. Not
okay.
without already having a hold of him by some other means.
Gotcha. Well then, I really want to run back up to Viviana and finish the fight, but I mean, I got 2 of my boys down unconscious, so
you.
You don't have 2 of us unconscious.
yeah, I mean, 2 of my boys, one's down, like one's prone, the other one's grappled. Sorry, I don't mean to do that. I'm trying to like look down. He's still webbed up.
No longer. Was
Oh,
that
no.
webs of concentration, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I think, do I step up? I don't care if I take damage.
It did what it needed to do, anyways. So,
Yeah, I don't really care if I take damage, but Well, I don't have a lot of hit points. I'm level 3.
Play the character.
4. Yeah. Sorry, I'm taking forever. Take a
No
step.
worries.
Yep.
Precarious time right now.
Yeah, I'm
Gotta make the best decisions.
I'm not gonna. He's not. Yeah, I'm gonna step right here and just try and block. Like get up in this girl's face, and then like this girl's face. Just try and keep them. I know mechanic. Like, see, the problem is I want to do that, but mechanically it doesn't matter. Because like, I want to block Ares as he's downed, but like it mechanically that doesn't work. So I'll just end my turn here.
Hey man, you did plenty. He could literally have died at any point this guy decided to attack.
Yeah. As much as he
that's
wants
right,
to
it's the
bring,
vampire's turn.
yeah, as much as he wants to bring her down, losing like she's not as important as Ares is.
All right. You hear a gunshot from outside.
What?
Oh,
It's Banjo Boy to the rescue!
oh,
All right.
it's true.
And he says, I knew the service here was bad. And use heckle, which is basically reflavored cutting words. And then damage to one of the vampires outside that you guys can't see him and can't see the vampire he hit, but he's doing something. And this vampire will just keep doing bite first, just because it appears first on the no bites. Claws. Claw twice at Jill. Alright. Deal some damage. But he seems, at least so far, not plussed. Let me roll. We'll say it registers that Brahm did some healing to Ares. So I'll just make it rain. Alright, he'll target Taz. Does have, I think actually, let me, and it, oh,
That's
okay, no.
that's how I got her attention. Not the 50 points of damage he did. Just eats that. I'm like, oh, that's fine. Oh, he can heal. That's interesting.
Devin, that's
Huh?
not Viviana.
It's not Vivian,
He's
it's
not
just one of the
talking about
random
Viviana.
vampires.
It's okay.
I'm trying to
Who?
see. Okay, it has to be the one. Okay, so it's gonna try that. All right, This one will also have Taz grappled. Now he's just double grappled.
Oh.
That's really bad.
And then it's gonna bite.
Those gets all the ladies.
Alright. So you take a total of 9 damage. 6 of it is necrotic, and that 6 necrotic reduces your maximum by that 6.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Would regain hit points if it could, but alright. This one that I described was lurking in the window, comes through. And just gonna join in on the feeding. Does that hit? Barely. Well, also, if I didn't say it before, by the way, the claws damage doesn't happen. Does it happen? Forgo the damage and grapple happen. So the claw before that last bite, no damage to that, and no claw attack that just triple grapples and bite, and again just misses. These things are bad at the biting overall, but they're good at the grappling.
Think of it like a nice hug.
Yeah, this is like a group hug.
So since Viviana already made an attack of opportunity, she can't make another one?
Correct.
Or she can?
Correct, unless she somehow has an ability that grants her more reaction protect. Which
Alright.
For full disclosure, I have given some monsters that before, especially monsters with like legendary actions. So at your own risk. But judging by the way she's been moving, she's only done 1 action per turn. Hasn't done any legendary actions. Unless she has a special feature. Safe to say, there's nothing that indicates she should be able to attack again.
I think considering the situation down below, it's kind of worth the risk now.
Yeah, it's getting a little crazy down there.
Yeah, so Blue is going to move down there. Bye.
Although Ares is awake, he does look like he's just kind of a little bit knackered.
We'll go right there. I don't want to get too close. If it will it not let me move it? There.
Alright, so you're kind of hopping over the altar and passing by Viviana, who's already used her reaction. Alright, yeah, you're good. You just not take another opportunity.
Cool. Fire has not failed me yet, so I'm gonna go for the top one in Toss's little group hug. Not that it hits right then.
Let's see actually. Good hit.
Why does Channel Divinity not affect undead? It's crazy.
Because you're not a cleric.
Fair. I'm kind of a cleric. Because I was like, oh, that'd be perfect. That's the perfect time to just pop that off. Just make them all run away.
I don't know why they have a better AC than Viviana, but they do, so that does miss.
What? That's so weird. Okay.
Servant Garb.
Yeah, I'm...
Very protective, I guess.
Well, I'm here now.
All right.
I like to think
Oh, and
that
as
it's
Blue got
really
over
on-
here, she's gonna yell over. It was like, yay, good vampire. Jordan Juliet attack the other one.
So cute. Yeah.
Um,
I like to think that it's just Viviana just be like too lazy to get out of the way. Is like, oh, I'll buy another dress later, and I'll just eat you, so that I'll heal.
I think she's less evasive because she's in fancy clothes. But then again, so are all of us. So
True.
all right. Julian will use a bonus action to command his weapon. He'll put it in parry mode as it kind of stays close to him and circles defensively, and then as an action, you will attack with it. He'll attack the one who's already injured. Hit. Damage. Give double attack. He does, so he'll attack one more. And kill it. Alright, so he kills it, and the moment it dies as he just kind of cleaves it straight across the chest, its body bursts into mist, and the mist quickly trails out of the door and away up to the north. And that'll be it for him.
Okay.
Viviana looks at seeing that killing blow at the vampire. She looks genuinely shocked, and maybe perhaps for the first time now, she's had that like animalistic kind of edge to her look for a while, but now that edge turns a bit more towards fear.
Okay. Seeing that, I will try to use that fear as I say, they don't need to die here today. We only want you. Send them away. And I will try to use suggestion on her. I don't know if she's immune to charm, because if she is, then it's a wasted spell. Well, not a wasted spell slot, but it's just a persuasion check, I guess.
She's not.
Hear you guys again.
Disadvantage.
It doesn't say it anywhere in the spell. That's for charm person.
I think the key thing here is alright, well, let's see what happens.
He rolls a 19, of course.
Rough. Yeah.
And yeah, after doing that, I will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just to get to Ares. And I can't give him a healing potion as a bonus action, right? That I can only drink it myself.
Correct. I'd say that if you're, since he's conscious, if you're using your quick draw slot for it, then you can like hand it to him so that he could use it on his turn if he wanted to. But you couldn't.
Okay.
But yeah, you could
Yeah,
not
that works.
administer it.
That's fair. So just grab a healing potion and just shove it in his hand.
Okay.
Crouch next to him.
Didn't you use the one in your quick draw slot?
I have a second one.
Oh, that would be when
Oh,
you'd
but
be
it's
pulling out of your
in-
backpack. So yeah.
Okay, then never mind. So just chill there.
That's me getting -1 healing potion.
Right. This vampire spawn outside that Echo fired at, or that Hev fired at, to spin around and charge at. That misses. That also missed. Alright, well, stuff's going on outside. You can't see it. Umbroth is just gonna go behind this pew and, as a free action, fall prone. Hide.
I mean, good on him.
Close. You are grappled.
Okay. I realize now I should have done this sooner, but I am going to delay the inevitable and cast Bark Skin on myself.
Nice.
And my AC is now 16. And that was my turn. Yay! Useful turn.
Living's nice, I guess.
Yep. I
Yeah.
don't see the end.
You could turn into a snake and skirt and slither away from the three ladies on your currently grabbing you.
Yeah, next turn.
That's
Block
right.
snake.
Yeah, I'm not a moon druid. It's an actual action from me.
That's
Now,
right.
when they miss their bites, I at least have an excuse. Bark.
Yep.
You'd let them bite you, and it's like little stakes in their mouth.
I got splinters, and that's snakes.
Since I can't do damage with an attack right now, since I wouldn't have sneak, I'm just going to attempt the shove again. Just going to keep attempting to shove prone.
Okay.
No way.
Oh man. Okay, hold on. There's a chance
You
that she
jinxed it.
crit
There's still a
misses.
chance, yeah.
You jinxed it when you said thanks you for sucking up all the nerd plants.
It's not gonna
Close.
miss.
It was,
That
yeah,
was-
almost.
It seems a little bit harder to keep control
We
of
just-
her, considering Brahm is not there to kind of be a presence as well.
Yeah, we're just clattering around up there right now, banging into walls and stuff.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's kind of a mess. I think she's starting to get used to it and just maybe it seems like she's just been ignoring you this whole time.
I'd like to do something with my bonus action, but there's basically nothing I can do because I don't have any of my cool items. I'm gonna. This is insane. I've got soap in my bag. Can I drop it at her feet and hope she steps on it?
You well, no, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, that's
Not after
completely
using
fair.
your action already.
I mean, I can use items as a bonus action.
Your
Best use
feet.
of fast hands ever.
Yeah, fast hands. This is the fast hands build.
You just load up on soap.
I mean, what really is the meaningful difference between soap and ball bearings?
Exactly. It's just smaller. It just
Now here's the move. You make ball bearings out of soap.
oh wow, that's incredible.
Viviana looks at Julian second time and says, Julian, we can end this. Just blackmail them. They'll never be able to speak about it. We'll be safe. Julian clearly, obviously heard her, but does not turn his head or acknowledge her in any way. Just focuses
By
on
the way,
right in front of him.
sorry.
No good.
She I didn't hit her with any radiant this round, so she gets that healing back.
A wee bit of healing. She will finally turn her attention to Sid.
Ah,
Hmm.
I like to think that Sid actually made that sound when she looked at him.
Alright. Yeah, she'll do this.
having certain beholder flashbacks.
So you've had your fun. Could you please get off me now?
Wisdom saving throw. Oh. I'm really bad today.
Alright, well, we're currently charmed.
Great. Well, we have to kill Sid.
He's gonna get a
Actual
bunch of
deal.
It's
saving throws.
you're not under her control. It's limited in the sense that you won't be able to be forced to attack your friends. That's too unreasonable. But her asking you to,
She's just considered an ally right now, right?
yeah, essentially it'd be very difficult for you to rationalize any reason to antagonize her now.
Yeah.
The other vampires, if she asked you not to attack the other vampires, then that would be out of the question. But I presume you release the grapple.
Is that a free action?
I've, at least in the past,
believe
I've
it
let.
is.
I mean,
Yeah.
letting someone go is very simple.
Then yeah.
All right.
Oh no, I'm just hugging her really tight now.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah. All right. Well, that takes her action. And she will go over here, but that'll be it for her. There's...
Didn't someone go between Viviana and Eris?
How do you mean between? As in, like, physically between?
Yeah, like at least the past 2 rounds, there have been some vampire spawns who have moved between Viviana and Meadow. I mean, if there's not, then that's fine by me. I'm just calling it out.
And yeah, and like technically right now, that vampire spawn is between the two of you.
I mean,
I think you
between
meant
in
in the
terms of
initiative
initiative order.
Oh, initiative. Think. I don't think so. I think the one that did might have been the one that killed. If there was one.
That's fine by me. So, a lot has happened in the last 1.5 for Eris. As you know, Viviana kind of targeted him with the mind stuff. He felt for ripping away some of his deepest thoughts. I think with you could imagine, if you want, I'll message it to you over Discord, but you would imagine this is about Fate being the sorcerer and all that, but she would have gotten something else. Not that if she got the deepest, darkest secret. So that's just for you, Ben.
Yeah, considering you crit missed, I think she would truly get the deepest, darkest secret. So if you do want to message me, you can wait if it has no bearing on the immediate fight, but if you think it would affect their decision making or her decision making, then yeah, good to know.
Okay. Apart from that, before he went down, he saw Taurus kind of come up and help him. And, I think as he's brought back from the brink of consciousness, there's Bran, and then Faith kind of comes over. But, as he opens his eyes, it's been a long day, getting drained. Then, this lady has 3 people wailing on her, but there was the mind thing. Eris is, just about done with this. But with the last of his energy reserves, he'll kind of reach to his side, and he pulls out the scroll case that he keeps on his hip. He picks the 4th one out. And before that, how bad off is Taurus doing? As I look at Taurus, I see the bloodied, but what does that mean?
You can see blood dripping from his shoulder, very similar to how you were wounded. And it seems like he's got all 3 of them are grappling him, but their grapples are not like meager grapples. They're clawed, scratched grapples. He's bleeding from several places. Most of the wounds are superficial, but from experience that bite on his shoulder has probably done some damage to him, and he looks a little bit diminished because of it.
Okay. So Eris will kind of nod his thanks to Bran for healing him, and then he'll begin to read the piece of paper with his left hand, kind of holding it open. After a few seconds pass, the paper kind of begins to the parchment more likely begins to fade away, and what is left is like a sparkle of yellow energy, which he then kind of smacks onto Joss on his back. You know, if this were like a movie, we'd have that shot of, where energy kind of travels, through the eyes and into the wings and all of that. And Toss feels hyper focused. And Aris says, "You know what these creatures are. And for the time being, Toss
Nice.
is under protection from evil and good." And then he'll turn and look at Faith and say and he sees her kind of, clutching the healing potion that she was about to give him. He'll kind of, push it back in her direction.
We
and
will
say,
stop doing that.
and he'll kind of just gesture to the southern direction, back off. And with that, in like a very similar way as Faith does the green, the energy will kind of flicker around him. It'll be violet, but there'll be like specks of green, and Aris will misty step away. In 30 feet. I think I'm still on my butt doing all of this, but I'll spend my movement kind of, getting up. And if I can, with my free object action, I'll loop and whatever bar is there.
Gotcha. Yeah. You can, if you want, you can misty
Okay.
step yourself into not being prone.
Yeah, it's fine.
Von Broff kind of like physically startles and jumps away from you when you appear there, and then clutches his chest as he is relieved to see it as you. Alright, yeah, this one, all these vampires that are grappling you, when you were infused with that protective energy, it's like, it's kind of like it's as if you were coated in mosquito repellent, except for vampires. And they just seem hesitant. You don't seem quite as appetizing anymore. They went through all the work to grapple you already. And, we'll see how it goes as to whether they continue trying to bite you, but at least this first one's give it a... Ooh, your bark skin. Yeah. Your skin's covered in bark. And you just are exuding this energy that repels them. And the combination of that is just difficult for this vampire to get past.
Man, I'm glad I cast that instead of Cure Light Wounds.
Good job. It will
Bark is worse than the bite. That's awesome, Devin.
I'll try clawing at you, but that also missed.
Terrible.
For Romeo.
Okay. So I see this like strange aura around Toss, and then like his skin just go wooden. And I'm like, well, good then. I'll this is gonna look so cool if it works, but if it doesn't, it's gonna look so lame.
This game.
I'm gonna just start walking up, and like the dagger's been like pointing down this whole time, like as I'm holding the blade, like they're holding the hilt blade down, just ramming it. He's gonna flip it over in his hand, run his knuckles against that like the pulpit, and like this weird thorn, like viney thorns start wrapping around his arms and hand, like this with this tinge of like white gold light as he casts a spell. I'm gonna cast spell book. Divine Favor. How do I post that?
Click on the little symbol on the left, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how I do it. 1 point. Oh well. So, and then he's gonna look over at Vivian, still walking. As he's walking up towards her, he's gonna throw that dagger right into her back. Dang it. And I'm mostly doing that for flavor. I'm immediately going to like pull it back out of her back. So I'm just making a regular attack, but let's see, inventory. God, I wish I had my axe.
Oh wow. All right.
Yeah.
Finally, our turn.
Now I kind of wish I'd used the smite, but oh well.
Do you have another one?
I don't. That was my last spell
Oh man, that would have been
slot.
like 1,000.
I just figured
2,000
because like I'm doing.
days.
I'm
Aw.
doing 20 points of smite damage a turn, and it's doing nothing to her. So I'm figuring like let's just keep up the radiant damage because that's a continuous effect.
I still
Fair,
think this is a better
fair.
play.
Yeah, like that was his plan because he's like noticing like, okay, I'm pouring all this energy into her. It's not doing anything, but I know it's wearing her down. So let's keep a continuous effect going.
That's
As
smart.
as I walk over, and so I only do 5 points of radiant, and then
Whatever your weapon damage is too.
They were crit.
and then the next
Crit.
Yep.
That's
And next
about as
third-
much as you did with the smite.
Yeah. An extra 13 damage of piercing, 5 points of radiant, 13 points of piercing. I pull the dagger out, and as I end my turn, I'm like, probably would behoove you to stop ignoring me, Wolf. Those some wise ass vampires.
Yeah, wise as hell. All right, there's some more gunshots outside. At him. So, a little bit of damage. Rather healthy still.
Dead but healthy.
This one is gonna try.
Super clutch.
MVP.
Ooh, this one still manages. Can't get the bite in, but it, in frustration, still manages to claw you for.
Been a crit though.
Alright, Lou.
It is really interesting how she's trying to convince Julian to stop, but she's still letting her vampires attack him. She's like, hey, listen, stop, we could just blackmail him, but I'm still gonna let my guys keep hitting you. Because that's very persuasive.
In complete honesty, that's sort of what Bram tried to do before.
Oh, I guess that's true. Well, they're kind of failing at biting at Toss right now, so Blue's gonna once again aim for the hair. Viviana's hair.
Be bald by the end of this.
Or not.
She knows your strategy now. It's too predictable. Gotta swap it up somehow.
And oh wait, no, I'm not gonna do that. I feel like that would end badly for multiple people. Okay.
I'm not even going to ask.
Julian. He'll just focus on playing this last vampire slot. Him. Ugh. Second one will hit. Yeah, he's just continuing to do what he does, just not saying a word. He did not acknowledge Viviana's plea to blackmail at all. Just continues striking with it. Faith.
Okay. Can I get a clear line of view to her without anyone giving her cover? If I move.
Yeah,
here.
from there for sure.
Good. I will Scorching Ray her again. Can I just roll without the whole thing? Oh yeah, I can. First one misses. And
That
how
one
about the
hits.
second one? Does.
And third.
Okay, so 2 of them hit. So 7 points. And 5, yeah, okay. I will use a sorcery point for empowered spell to reroll that one.
Alright.
And I'll actually reroll the 3 as well, because I can reroll 5 dice when I use it.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Awesome. That's so much better.
At least it doesn't have
I
to
have to
red.
use
I like how they're the same number, but one of them's red.
I have to use the second roll, so yeah, that was a waste.
You gave it a shot.
So that's 11 points of fire damage, and then also hex.
Oh, yeah.
For another 8 points of what is actually necrotic damage. I don't know if that matters.
Right. She takes the damage, a little bit of damage.
Okay, so that's 11 and 8.
At least it's not Final Fantasy rules.
And I will yell to the others. Don't let her escape.
Duh. Wait, I'm charmed.
You're charmed.
Why not?
Sid, the fuck, man. And I will hide behind Blue. That's my
I'm
plan.
confused. I have a headache. I want to go home.
Alright. I was getting into some trouble out there, just a little bit.
Oh, I'm still alive when we go out there. I hope we're still alive.
Alright. Alexander will continue to hide. Thus.
Well, I'm grappled by 3 of them, and I don't like this. So I won't do anything immediately about it this turn, and instead I will turn into a warhorse.
Okay.
Because if I'm going to be grappled by them, I might as well be bigger than them.
I love it.
How tall is the horse? Like, are they holding on and now their feet are like off the ground? Or...
I love that sentiment. If I'm gonna be grappled, I might as well be a horse.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that how it naturally expanded is how it's gonna do that. I don't say the transformation just naturally breaks the grapples. I cannot envision how they would still have a hold of you after that.
Poorly. They would have a hold of me poorly.
Alright, you are a wooden-skinned vampire mosquito-sprayed horse.
And that's my turn because I don't want to leave this area. I'm happy being here and being wooden skinned and mosquito repellent.
Alright. Alright, Sid.
How does charm work? Are her allies my allies too?
Yes, you regard her as a trusted friend to be heeded and protected.
Right, but her trusted friends are hurting my trusted friends.
It's not to the point where you wouldn't attack your friends just for the sake of protecting her. That doesn't compute. It's not reasonable enough of a thing for you to do. See.
Your friends are mean.
Not mean enough that I'm gonna do anything, but mean.
I'm imagining Sid like, guys, stop fighting.
I'm imagining the charm has sort of made him like kind of high. He's just like a bit ditzy right now. Can't think straight.
Right now?
Nice.
I could, even though you wouldn't harm your friends, I could maybe envision you trying to, like, grapple one who's trying to hurt her and be like, you know, just being like, no, stop doing that. Why are you doing that?
No, right now I'm more concerned about the vampire spawn who are attacking my friends.
That's fair. You can go for them. One.
Yeah, I think I would. I would probably tell my friend to call them off. My good friend Viviana.
You'll say, no, they're doing fine. Don't bother them. Which... Alright, I'm going to rationalize it as... It's, your drive to protect your friends is too strong that you can overcome that request by her, but I think I'm going to impose disadvantage on attacks.
That hinders
Because
me
you're
greatly.
too torn. Yeah, you're just too torn up about it. Too many mixed signals happening right now. Your friends are fighting. You don't want to hurt any of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna grapple this closest one.
Gotcha.
Actually, no, I'm gonna just shove him prone. I think that's funnier.
Okay, that'll work. Not fighting, shove. All right, they're prone.
Seriously, your friends are mean. That's literally all I can do.
All right.
I'm so bad at dealing with charm.
It's rough. It's rough.
I mean, like mentally, I can't wrap my head around it.
All right, she does not get regen. All right.
Do I get to resist that at the end of my turn? Charm.
Went for every type of charm, so
I think it's only if you take damage.
So technically, by the wording of the ability, no. But because her and her friends are like actively doing harm, even if it's not directly to you, it's a lot of harm happening to your friends. It's enough dissonance that, yeah, I'm
each time
fine
the vampire.
with you.
It says each time the vampire or the vampire's companions do anything harmful to the target. So
yeah, so technically, it means if they do any harm to you. But I'm going to extend that as your friends are being hurt by this person who's supposed to be your friend.
Yes,
and
not any time they hurt my friends, but at least at the end of my turn is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
I'm fine with it.
Alright, I'll do another wisdom saving throw.
If it was an out of combat situation, then definitely.
Terrible. Wisdom's like meant to be my base stat.
Yeah, she'll just turn her attention to Ram. And start with one of these. Ugh. Miss. I guess she'll just do another one.
Yeah,
she seems rather injured already, and is getting a little bit desperate at the moment. Unlike the other vampire spawn, she can both deal damage and grapple. She does that. She grapples you, deals 10 bludgeoning in the process of it. And yeah. That'd be it for her.
Oh, interesting. It's
She
a
seems
set DC to escape.
Yeah, she seems a little fearful as she says to Julian, "Julian, please. Now or never." Julian, as usual, gives no discernible reaction.
I love Julian.
Alright, Ares. You are reasonably safe on the far side of the chapel.
Okay. Aerith kind of sees the oaken-skinned horse that he protected turned into a horse and moves on with his life, saying, "Yeah, that happens now." One thing, especially since since Hex does necrotic damage, and it's obviously visible. Does it look like it's taking full effect?
No, it doesn't look like it's doing full effect. She seems able to shrug it off a little bit easier than she should be.
Okay. And what's the circle symbol on Viviana mean?
That's just the hex marker that I'm using.
Okay. So I think with 3 levels of exhaustion, just Misty stepped to the corner, gotten off his, bomb. Eros will see that, the Doss horse is doing well now that they're Urkin skinned and protected from undead.
The
And
horse.
he'll look at Viviana. He'll reach the dagger behind his hand, and with a huge arc, he'll throw it forward. But instead of the dagger being thrown, there's a huge wave, which appears tsunami-like, of a black liquid. And I am splashing Viviana with grease.
Nice.
This is not the final placement. I accidentally.
But you can move it.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Not really letting you move it to the. You got it.
Sid starts laughing at her. Good prank. Good prank, Aries. Friends prank each other.
My God. Not meant to be.
That's fine. I have a lot of awesomeness in my body.
Oh.
Okay. And he'll kind of, I don't have an action or anything, but do I hear Heb's death throes or something?
It doesn't sound like he's dying. He's cursing.
So Eros will keep on hearing that and just take a deep breath and kind of go on the tippy toes and just take a deep breath and maintain a posture ready to dodge. With that, I am essentially again. And with that, I'll stay where I am and end my turn. Before I do that, I throw a look at Otto. Is he just, covering and hiding behind the pews?
Yeah, he is.
Right.
He's like, glancing over them once in a while to see what's going on, but mostly just hiding.
Okay, I'll let him be there.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt Eris's turn, but I did remember, Braum, you need to roll a concentration.
You are absolutely correct. I forgot I had to. I forgot I'm casting a spell. So
roll a concentration. Ruining everyone's fun.
Oh, is Box can also concentration? It's not, is it?
It is.
Really?
Yeah, that's why it's such
Yeah,
a
it is.
sucky spell.
That's insane.
That's right.
Bad.
I forgot that I took a hit.
Oh, it's a DC 10. I can't remember what the damage was, but there's no way it's higher than DC.
It was not higher than 10. I think it's like 4 or something. So yeah, D10.
It'd have to be like over 20 damage.
Oh shoot!
Oof.
I mean, I have a +2 mod that doesn't matter.
Right?
Yeah.
No, radiant damage.
Concentration check is a saving throw, right?
Yeah. Oof. Alright, well, you still have Ares' protection thing, which is disadvantage, which is probably the bigger of the two effects on you.
Yeah,
Matter.
it is the bigger of the two effects on me.
But it still sucks.
But-
Man,
It's
how
the
the fuck is
combination
concentrate?
that was making it so good, though.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, Tony.
I'm just bewildered how Boxkin can be concentration. That's so bad.
There's a lot of
It's
defensive
horrible.
spells that are
Oh yeah,
concentration.
it's terrible. But like, it's still an AC of no less than 16. So
Just
Yeah.
wait until I get.
Yeah.
Just wait until I get level 6. I'll never fail save again.
Someone's gonna stand up and move. You can take an opportunity attack if you want.
I would like to.
The hooves. The hooves.
Oh, horses can bite.
They can.
Yes, but that's not how.
Horses can bite like terrifyingly strong.
Yeah, they're solid
That'd
biters.
definitely be karma to bite it.
The hooves are under inventory, by the way. That's how it does it.
Yeah,
You do possess hooves.
I'm sorry. Only one of those is actually a roll. I just happened to double click.
By the way, either of those hit.
Okay, good. Man, it doesn't. Being a horse is cumbersome. Roll my damage now.
If you and you found appreciation for your mount.
Man, war horses are solid. That's a lot of damage.
How much damage was it?
6. For hold 2-1.
6? Oh, yeah, no. That is not a lot of damage.
Well,
I rolled
it's-
2 ones.
Theoretically, I mean,
It's-
that's as if you're wielding a greatsword in a way.
Oh yeah,
Or
no,
a
no.
maul.
There's a reason why I chose a war horse instead of a bear.
Yeah.
But you literally rolled the minimum possible amount.
Oh well. Anyways, it moves here, and it will attack Brom.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to do. Now that 14, does that hit?
Let's see. Let me check.
You have
Yes,
you're one of the ones that
yes.
had the mage armor.
I have mage armor at the moment, so yes, it does.
Alright, so it forgoes the damage to grapple you instead. You're grappled from 2 sources at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and then it will bite. Alright.
Yep.
It's rough, but only the necrotic damage matters for the max HP reduction. Although it does heal that 1 damage. So most of the pain from the bite is from the actual teeth going in. It didn't really have much suctioning power to get the blood out. That's it for it. Now it is your turn.
It's panting. That whole those vines and thorns kind of wither away as I break concentration. You look at her. Okay. You like to grab people? Let's do that then. And I'll use Channel Divinity. Nature's Wrath. As from the pews, or from the altars and the wood, grow up this big, viney ramble.
strength or a dex check, or be restrained.
Is this for Viviana?
Yes.
Okay. So it's choice of strength or dex.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if Grease does anything to like reduce her dex checks or anything, but regardless.
Good luck. Dex is really good.
18's. I don't know what my spell thing is, but I know 18 will.
Yeah, 18's.
Yeah, 18 is going to definitely get it.
Unfortunate. He's been rolling really well on saves this whole encounter.
Yeah, my DC is only 13. So, but yeah, that's my action. I'm grappled, so there's not much else I can do. So
you guys have been trying to throw stuff at her, but she is just very, very good on her feet. Very quick.
I'll just make a champ.
Yeah, just gonna look over at Blue and she'll be like, "Light her up."
Alright, Neb is sick of this vampire in his face, so he's gonna do that and make 4 attacks, all at disadvantage.
I'm loving these names. Hacker was the vicious mockery, then the 4-shooter, Fanfire.
Okay, really good rolls. Really good rolls. Actually, he doesn't
That's
even
where we
need...
were going.
He only needs the first 2 attacks to kill it.
Fucking Van Helsing out there.
Is there anyone... Let me see.
Saying, and I just see this screen filled with dice. It was terrifying.
Oh, he can actually... The second 2 attacks target this thing. And kill it. Super effective fanfire.
It's way stronger than us.
Yeah, this one bursts into mist, which again seems to just go north and out of sight.
To the well. Maybe.
Dum dum.
So when we're done here, we need to light the well on fire too?
Oh, we've been down there, but there was a room that we never checked out.
We should still light the well on fire just for fun.
Alright, this one,
That's it.
after many failed attempts to deal with Taz and seemingly had him dead to rights, but through magic, frustration, not been able to do anything. It will sign itself. Consolation prize. For this. Good. Presume...
Why can't I chill in the corner?
I presume the grapple succeeds. It forgoes the damage.
No.
Oh.
A 19 misses.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, well,
Yeah.
it'll just...
On the tippy toes, ready to pounce like a cat. And as the person comes in, a quick sidestep.
I think that one specifically has actually just done nothing this whole fight. Couldn't get anything on Oz. Can't get anything on you. It's extreme.
Poor
Aww.
guy.
Other one
Hint, hint.
will clamber on here, trying to help get out of this. So forgo that damage to grapple Brahm. Then for the bite. Some hits, but once again does the minimum product damage. And very little damage overall, actually. And that's it for that one. Blue.
Okay. First question, from where I am right here, could I throw the fireball in like an arc up to hit her? Or would that not work?
You can, yeah. There's only allies in the way, so she doesn't have any kind of cover.
Okay.
And she's also kind of on an elevated platform. So
Oh, nice.
in reality,
Okay.
almost everybody in the
Awesome. I'm gonna do that then, and because of steady aim, if I don't move at all, I get advantage on my attack, so hopefully it'll hit this time.
Oh wow, yep.
It uses your bonus action, right?
Yeah, the steady aim is the bonus action.
I forgot about
Informed
that mechanic.
few
from
levels
Clash.
of Rogue.
Alright. Go and roll the advantage just to see if you get a crit. Oh. Very close.
Almost.
Alright. Roll damage.
Am I still an ally?
I mean, you did shove one of the other
yeah,
ones.
you are. Well,
Okay.
for the purpose of sneak attack, I wouldn't count you because you're not, at least specifically for Viviana, because you wouldn't be.
Yeah, that does
threatening
make
her.
sense. Yeah.
But good damage roll. Good damage roll. I'm gonna give it a 10% chance for just a stray spark from the fireball to ignite the grease. We'll give it a 10%
Oh,
chance.
nice.
10 on the roll of d10 that I'm about to make. Oh,
Oh.
close. But not quite. Alright, so the grease is still there.
That means. Well, that does mean though that hit her, so we could still light her on fire with the grease.
Or if she just remains standing.
If she
in
falls
there,
prone
then-
into it, I'll say that, yes, her hair being on fire will set it on fire too.
Hell yeah.
But only if she fails the saving throw and falls prone. If she stays in it for some reason. Alright, Julian. Julian has the option to go for Viviana now, but he gives a glance at her and decides not to, and just goes for Vampire Spawn. There we go.
I like how he's labeled as Julian Undead.
Oof.
Like he's a clone fighter.
First cleave is a solid hit. Second one basically shears the vampire in half, except it immediately turns. Nice. And that, at least that source
Julian's
of
been putting in
grappling.
work this battle.
Wait,
Okay, she looks really hurt, right?
she does, yes. Really hurt for her. She's been rather resilient this fight, so just keeping that in perspective. But relative to her normal state, she is.
I have one spell left, and I'm going to use it and hope to finish her off.
Fireball.
Not yet, sadly. But I will.
No, it's coming. I'm dreading the level 5 power spike.
Cool. Well, actually, you said that we do have clear vision even without moving, right?
yeah.
Because she's on the platform.
And you only have allies in your way anyway, so they don't obscure.
Well, they rules as written, they would nevertheless.
Yeah, I
But it's up to you.
I interpreted it differently. I mean, I always envisioned that, like, in combat, an ally could just, like, take a step out of the way.
Nice. Okay, that's perfect. Well, in that case, I will just stay here for now and shoot my last Scorching Ray at her. Which Yeah, I might as well use my sorcery points on it, because I can't do anything else. So that's 1 attack.
That hits.
Okay. Wait,
And doesn't light
what
it
did
on
I-
fire. The grease at it.
I applied the damage to myself for some reason. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so 6 points. Second one. Oh, no, sorry. Hex.
Yes. Hex and Scorching Ray is an awful combo.
Yeah, it's awesome. So that's 5 points of necrotic. Then the second one probably misses.
Yep.
Fine. Does it hit the grease?
I'll continue with the 10% chances.
Okay. Yeah, and that one also misses.
10%.
Another.
It's another 10, and it was delayed, and I thought that was the 10 for the grease, and I got really excited.
Not quite.
Okay. Oh, she's so close. I will. That's a very stupid thing to do, but I don't want her to escape, so I will use my bonus action to phase step in front of her to block her way.
It's bold.
Okay, you are entering the grease.
Actually, would I, if I'm able to see the grease from here, if I'm aware of it, then I'll just
Yeah, you'd be aware of it.
be here instead. And I'll just actually can I flavor it that I'm first teleporting and then shooting out the scorching rays?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll see what I
Right, and I'll just giving my hands up at her, pointing at her, will say, "You're not going anywhere." And that's my turn.
All
My
right,
party is so cool.
Umbroth. Oh, all right. Shaking, shivering, quivering, manages to work up just the tiniest bit of courage. And, me. Yeah. I'm going to impose disadvantage because he's terrified. But he manages to jab Vampire.
I'm planning on bouncing, and I feel so bad now. Oh,
Oh, there's
Yeah, he shares a look with you, Ares. He obviously still seems kind of terrified, but there's just the smallest hint of resolve in his eyes as well. A big moment for the Broth here. Oz, you are a horse, a large war horse.
What's you are a horse?
I am. I am a horse.
War horses are actually
Um,
terrifying. I've seen I forget what the breed was called, but it was like this black Roman, or war horse that Romans used to use, and it was super intimidating to be near it.
Yeah, you see them on TV, but then you see them in person, and you're like, oh, you're really big.
You're like, this thing
You're
could kill me
very,
if it
very
wanted
large.
to, so easily.
Excellent. I am moving at least 20 feet straight at this undead creature.
Is there a charge thing that it has? Oh, yeah.
There is a charge.
You just like creatures
Yeah.
that have these charging movement abilities. Pounce, trampling charge, whatever it may
Yep.
be.
Most
Yep,
creatures
yep.
just have that kind of thing.
I mean, he is from like the roaming plains, so
Yeah.
it makes
It
sense.
makes-
that
it
he
does.
likes those.
It does.
Alright. So I'm gonna make my hooves attack. To that.
That's almost identical to the... Makes sense.
And
It still takes
Aw.
it takes good damage though.
Yeah, it does take good damage.
Seems quite injured. I'll soften up. By your powers combined, I believe you and Von Broth can do something about this.
Well, horses don't have bonus actions unless I knock things prone, so...
Oh, do they get to stomp?
Yeah, I get a bonus hooves if I trample somebody.
That's
Yeah, it's
terrifying.
unfortunate their saves have been so good.
Well, I mean, I knew it was a long shot because it's a vampire. I assume they're strong.
I think at this point, Sid just like puts his hands on his hips and looks around at the scene just unfolding around him, and he's like, "What is happening? who are we fighting? Whose side am I on?"
Why is there a horse?
I understand the horse. The horse is the least confusing thing about the situation. I have no idea what to do.
Charm is such a devastating effect.
Yeah, it's screwed me over in basically every game I've ever been in.
Yeah, it's... I don't use it too much because it is difficult to play around with. But, I mean, vampires are
Yep,
one of the
that's
few
just the thing
creatures that
vampires
really
get.
use them.
You can't really have a vampire without charm. I'm gonna. I think.
You can...
I think in this situation where everyone's still fighting, but I don't see any enemies, I think I'm getting very nervous. And I don't want to attack anybody because everybody is my friend. I'm just going to take the dodge action.
Alright, that works.
And I'm expecting literally anybody to attack me at any second. I feel like there's a betrayal at hand.
Yeah. You can go ahead and repeat the save too.
Yep.
Wisdom, I think it was 14.
Finally.
Hey.
And I'm immediately remember who my friends are.
Yeah, well, it just, yeah, the cognitive dissonance of it all is too much, and finally all snaps into place, and I mean, you can say you don't know you were influenced if you want to, but it probably seems pretty obvious that you were.
Not in the moment.
Yeah, maybe later when you go over it. Oh, okay, all right. Viviana will recharges her Mind Siphon, finally.
Also,
no.
I don't think she might heal as well. Be fair about this.
Sit on. Use it on Faith. Ooh, that's...
Oh, great.
What are these rolls? She's rolling like so much. It's like 21 is the average.
Yeah, I mean it's a big damage roll. I think of it kind of like a Dragon's Breath weapon. It's a big thing that kind of shapes the encounter a lot. But
Hey, remember when I said I had a reaction to this? I don't have any spells anymore, so I'm just
that actually
Out
roll?
of spell slots.
Yep,
Ooh.
completely out of spell points.
All right. Well, she delves deep into your mind. The whole description I gave to Ares, it's not as severe because you didn't crit miss, but it's still almost as severe. And she learns many of your secrets, deepest thoughts. A lot of it's stuff that she already learned from Ares, although it almost seems like Ares had more information to give about you than you have to give about yourself. I don't know, if there happens to be like a thing that that
honestly
I
don't
might not know
learn
about as a DM
anything.
that your character is keeping secret that might be important for me to know, then you can send me a private message or something. But otherwise, I feel like it's mostly stuff that
You know what you learn, yeah.
yeah, I get that impression. If she didn't,
I imagine Faith just teleporting there, shooting fire at her, going, "You're not going anywhere," and then just falls unconscious.
she didn't take any radiant damage last turn, did she? Can't remember if that was before or after you broke the con.
No, she did not take any because I lost concentration. I tried to tie her up, didn't work.
Her wounds mend a little bit, but she's still in pretty bad condition. That's her action. She'll here out of the grease. The grease presented a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, she was like trapped.
And there was all those 10% chances that it could just be lit on fire and do some extra damage, but didn't quite happen. Maintain the grapple on
extremely
Braum.
lucky this entire encounter.
I don't suppose there's still like grease on her feet or something if I aim for the shoes next time.
I mean, there's probably like a little bit, but mechanically, it's not gonna.
Okay.
If you want flavorfully, if you want to say that you light her shoes on fire now that you've lit her hair on fire, we can do that. But mechanically, there won't be a benefit. She will continue her pleading to Julian and say, "Look, Julian, we can win this fight. We're so close." But
Julian's already winning this fight. He's on our side.
Nice. This vampire who came over here very confidently to your like severely exhausted, bloodied self, thinking that they would get an easy consolation prize out of you, is suddenly surrounded by people and looks rather terrified, like a cornered animal.
I think, as this person or the vampire had closed distance and attacked, the violeted greenish kind of air which rolls before Misty Step has started to fly around Eris. But then as Otto Von Prof showed some courage, it kind of stopped spinning as Eris made the decision to stay. But then again, as Faith goes down, the wind of the energy picks back again. Arrows will Misty Step out. What do you think? And then with 20 feet of movement, which is halved from 40, or close the distance with Faith. And I remember she was propping up a potion of healing to me. Can I use my action to take it and feed it to her?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I do that.
Faith will wake up with it.
Tony, do you just want to roll it from your sheet?
Sure. Hold on. Eight points.
Oh, it rolled it.
Okay, and that's my action, bonus action, all of my movement. So I can't make the grease disappear, right? I think it just stays there for the
Yeah, no, I think it just stays there.
Okay.
I mean, you can make it disappear, the old-fashioned way, just cleaning it up, but yeah.
We do have soap.
Yeah, Sid has soap.
Unfortunately, she ate most of the servants. So
Is there a way to like remove grid locking?
Yes, I can remove the grid.
Essentially, I'm just like moving here, like Julian's been helpful and all, but who knows? Vampires be crazy; they may do in any second. So
Right.
just stepping between Julian and Faith, in case something happens.
Right. So there's no real solid mechanical way to make it happen. Like, mechanically speaking, it's as if Julian and Faith are kind of too close to where the only way you could actually get physically between them is by pushing one or the other away to give space. It's just hard to, like, I get, like, flavorfully that you're
yeah,
mechanically,
that's fine.
obviously. Yeah.
And just one last thing. Yeah, that is like an Erebus who is panting heavily with 3 levels of exhaustion standing between them.
Yeah.
Yep. Ram was talking a big game before, a very, but like he knew going in this was going to be a tough fight. You got 2 vampires between him and them, his allies, panting. Not what like this magic armor is the only thing protecting him. He's down way further than he's used to, but just gonna. He's not giving up, and he's gonna take the dagger and just try again. Just keep going. It's not super effective, but it is what he can do.
Yeah.
All right. Good stab. Hits.
Yep. Is there a way I can? Okay, yeah, I can just hit damage. Cool. Not a lot.
Every bit counts. But yeah, on its own, it's not a lot. At this point, every little stick and stab and piece of damage is significant to her. She seems to care a lot more about these little... Early on, she would just get these little hits and hardly even flinch at them. Now she's very careful and trying to avoid them and wincing at every little stab.
Yeah, I think his strategy is just keep her engaged, keep her in the fight until, and hope that one of his allies can finish it off. And that's going to be all from Bramir.
Don't you dare.
Y'all, what the fuck is happening?
She's a vampire.
God damn it.
Does he just shoot Julian because all he sees was a vampire?
I mean, she currently sees me like wrapped up in this lady's clutches.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
He blasts Julian in the face.
Oh,
A chunk of Julian's cheek comes off from the bullet.
It makes
no,
sense.
not
He doesn't
that
know.
vampire, the other vampire. Jesus,
He's about to kill you.
No,
You-
the other
gonna
one. The
shout.
one
The
on
two
the
of you already look
stage.
like you're halfway to death, anyways. The other one. What about this one?
That one's fine.
What kind of weapon is a four shooter, by the way? Is it just like a pistol or a rifle?
Oh no, he's got you all under his spell.
They can't do that, right?
Oh, this is awesome.
It will try to go for auto.
No.
What's his AC? I bet it's bad. No, he has a high dexterity because he's good with his
Fingers?
fingers, yeah. So he actually has a good natural AC. Yeah, so that misses, so they'll go for the grab again. This time it hits.
Because of profession.
Alright. Got him grabbed. That's about it, though. That one. It's gonna go after Brahm.
Yep.
Alright. Gets the grapple. And then... going for the drain. Good drain. Yeah, 5 necrotic, which lowers your max HP by 5 now.
Hmm.
It's already looking pretty healthy, so it doesn't heal any. But
Oh wait, so it's 10 damage total?
Yep.
Yep, I'm down.
Oh,
God.
Paladin's down. Everyone panic.
Well,
I've been
I'm
panicked for
hopefully
2 hours.
God. I'm gonna make what's hopefully a strategic move. Gonna run over next to Julian and
Shoot him in the face.
no, I'm gonna try and cast Charm Person on Heb
oh my
because he
god.
doesn't know what's happening. So, do I just click this? Is that what's gonna make it go? And try to tell him, I was like, no, he's on our side. That vampire over there is kicking all of our asses and trying to kill us.
I'm pretty sure Ben got a
I-
cool.
And I'll tell him that when he comes back. I just don't know how to post it.
Oh, there we go.
Is it in your spellbook? Yeah. So
Yeah.
you just hover over the art icon and it'll turn into like a die and you click it. And then it'll, prompt you whether you want it to consume spell slot or not. And you click cast spell.
Wait, does blue carry a spellbook?
No? Wait, do I need to?
I mean, you just said it. It's in the spellbook.
Oh, I meant spellbook like on the character sheet. I'm doing the
Okay.
little dice thingy and it's not going.
I'll just do it for you.
Sorry, thanks.
All good. I feel like it's just being weird for some. Alright. Alright, Heb. Please fail this.
Please. Hell
So,
yes, okay.
Mind you, not of his own intelligence or volition. He doesn't consider Julian an ally, but it's enough for him to be convinced that he needs to focus a different target more, as if a different target's more dangerous at the moment. He still gives glances at Julian, squinting his eyes. He knows Julian.
That's fine. You know what? Considering how his gun was working earlier, he can still help us get rid of the other two. Then we can deal with that afterwards.
Alright.
And that was an action. I don't have anything else right now, so.
All right, Julie. No.
Also, hopefully, got brownie points with Julian for saving him there.
Quote unquote saving him.
Moves here. And will do his thing. Hit. Flanking.
Did
Does
the
it
dice
with
just land
flanking.
on its side?
It can sometimes. It works pretty well, but it's not perfect. Oh wow, flanking bonus just turned into 2 hits. Enough damage.
A flanking bonus is +2.
Mhm.
Who's he flanking with?
From?
Rob's
Isn't Brom
unconscious though.
unconscious?
Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so it's 2
Yeah.
misses.
Oh,
If he
Also,
Maybe
moves,
start putting
Ah.
sleepy
if he moves
icons.
here, he could get it with toss, or I mean, Sid.
Oh yeah, I mean he would have. He's obviously gonna say it. Or would he have
Awesome.
would he have had enough movement? Sure, right? Yeah, for sure. Even with difficult terrain for climbing up elevation. Alright. Yes.
as he turns his back on Aris and steps away from his opportunity attack range, nothing happens.
Okay.
I hate you.
Alright. As I've been describing, this one bursts in the mist. It quickly shoots up this way, and since you guys are out here and can kind of see, you do see that it goes to the well and into the
Knew it. Okay. I will look to Eris and kind of nod at him and grab onto his arm and lift myself up, using half my movement to stand up. And then, if there's not much I can do, I will use my... Yeah, I will just reach forward with a finger outstretched to Viviana, and ice will begin to just appear on her and surround her as I'm using Chill Touch. And not hitting with it. So I guess she breaks away from the ice, and I will just use the rest of my movement to step around the corner,
Alright.
break line of sight. That's my turn.
Always throws me off for half a second when I Chill Touch doesn't have. Alright.
Right?
On Broth. And not flanking. Well,
He also can't move because he's grappled.
this is true. This is probably should have been my primary consideration. No longer with disadvantage, as he's overcoming his fear slowly. Makes an attack and a tiny bit of...
Nice.
He's trying his best.
He's using the rapier.
Yeah. We'll say it was like a cane that he carries with him. It was a cane rapier he pulled out.
Okay.
It's his party. He can stab if he wants to.
No, there's rapiers hidden
He
under
doesn't-
all the pews. He pulled it out.
He doesn't have to sneak weapons in. It's his house.
It was just
Alright.
like my metal immersion have like a rapier at all, and then suddenly it was there. Okay.
I'm going to try to rear up and kick this vampire.
Hey, motherfucker.
All right, that hits. Does some damage.
I'm sad that
So close.
Dawson run away and then charge back in.
I don't think a horse. I don't think I have enough movement to do that. Oh, I could have, but no.
They have tons of movement. Your horse. I'm gonna say
Back
your
when
horse.
I was a panther, I considered doing it.
As long as you're okay with taking an opportunity, I would say.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just hit it. Stay here and kick it in the head.
All right. Kicked it in the head. It's in really bad shape. You know that it's probably going to regenerate a little bit, but by your powers combined, you're whittling this thing down.
Yep. All right. Well, as heartening as that was, that will be the end of my turn because yet again, horses still don't get bonus actions.
Oh, right, that's me.
Yep.
All right, Sid, it's up to you.
Yeah, I think Sid's just like, oh, right, silly me. I meant to be killing this lady. He just, like, really casually walks up and stabs her. Like, in the lower body.
All right.
Where's my
Finally
attack?
overcome.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's been a long time coming.
It's gonna be awesome. The first time Sid stabs, he kills.
kind of low roll.
It does miss. You think
Yeah.
you have this solid hit lined up, but at the last second, there's just a shadow of a doubt in your mind, residual from the charm, and you hesitate, and it gives her the chance to dodge out of the way.
I'm just gonna take a dueling stance with my dagger. Like, bring it, bitch. I'm just not afraid of her anymore. Sid's overconfidence manifests. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
All right. Recharge. Nope. Yeah, you asked her to bring it, she'll bring it.
Yes, please.
Or maybe not.
Nothing.
Alright. Deals some damage to you and grapples you.
Yay, I'm no longer grappled. I'm unconscious, but I'm no longer grappled.
I'll take that damage.
And maybe
I assume I know in character Heb's name, right?
yeah.
Okay. Do we know if we know he's a bard, right? Is
You
that
know
in character
he's
knowledge?
he's a bard. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, he carries that banjo around everywhere, and every time you've seen him in the guild, he's plucking away at it, singing some song or another. Usually songs he's written about himself and the tall tales of things he's done.
So Eris is gonna look back, Heb, and say, Heb, our friend there is dying. Are you able to heal him?
Uh, Heb says I'm designed as an NPC sheet, not a character sheet. I don't have the full set of bard abilities. Let me.
So
1 in 4 chance
difficult
that he
to
has healing word
typically
on
have.
him. Okay, no. He says, I mean, I can try to hold some pressure on those bleeding wounds, but I ain't got much on me to help him out other than that.
Okay. As I look at Brahm, is there like a similar portion to what we had consumed earlier in the day in their quick draw slot?
Nope.
I
does
don't
not.
have one.
Brandon
Does
does not
Blue
have-
have one?
No, Blue does not. Blue has not had one since the tree's nearly killed.
Hmm. I think of that's the case then with no choice. Arrows will move here. 10, 15. Kind of just pulling him like a little bit off stage so that he's here. Arrows will apply a medicine check and attempt to. So Arrows has a. Okay, I don't think he would have the medkit on him, but tearing pieces of Bram's fancy new clothes, he's going to attempt to, do on-field medicine.
All right.
Mm.
Yeah, Brahm's got the bite marks just bleed very profusely. Clearly something about vampire teeth that are make it really hard to stop the bleeding from those from the bite. And yeah, so you're just struggling with that, and it doesn't seem like the bleeding's really stopping.
Okay. Is this like an overhang?
That's like a podium, so it's like there's like a central wooden column, and then at the top there's like a wooden stand that overhangs
Okay.
a little bit, but it's not really an overhang. It's just a podium that's built on top of the platform.
Okay. There's like a foot of space in it, so Arrows will pull Bram in there to kind of, and also himself to hide him from try and break line of sight
Absolutely.
of both Bram and himself.
Okay, I'll allow it.
So like
Okay.
moving there.
Yeah, like it's a grid base, but just
Yeah, you're like
Gotcha.
however we can.
you're kind of taking cover a little bit under there.
Okay.
All right. Well, you're still dying, so you would still need to make. Success. Can't save, but it would have been success either way.
What did I do?
I don't know if is there a way to make death saves on the character sheets?
I thought
Yeah, there was.
I thought Constitution save was a death save.
I think death saves are just
Like,
a d20.
In the middle of the attributes page on the right side, there's death saves. Just click on that.
Yeah, right below your
Ah,
lay on
yeah.
hands point tracker says death saves. I think you just click on that and normal roll. You already rolled it. Death saves are not Constitution. They're just their own thing.
Okay.
It's based. Death saves are just a.
Unique.
It's not 50%. It's 55% of success.
They
Not
do,
affected
however,
by any
count as
attribute.
saving throws. So if you have anything that helps with saving throws, it helps with that saves too.
Right.
Like
Not
that
yet.
lucky stone. That luck stone is
Level
insane.
6.
All right. Heb has been charmed into fighting the right people. Yeah, he's obviously going to direct it at Viviana and say that I knew you were a cheap knockoff low rate escort the moment I saw you. You're nothing. And use vehicle. He hasn't succeeded once. His insults are lame. He'll just shoot her. You can at least shoot pretty well.
2 shots.
Oh, and she seems like she's hurting. She's been at low health for so long.
Yeah.
We keep doing little chips of damage, and she keeps regenerating it.
Yeah, just bit by bit.
She just needs 1 sneak attack.
Vampire spawn down here. So this because his AC is too good. So it'll just claw at him. Bit damage. Health. Wow, he's actually not bad. That goes. Alright. Blue.
Okay.
Very close.
We're very, very close. I don't know. Oh, we don't know what Julian's gonna do now that the others are. Or there's still the one down there.
Just kill her. Kill her.
Yeah. If I come right next to her, do I get disadvantage with Firebolt?
You would, yes. You'd be threatened.
And I'm not gonna do that. We'll just go with the usual. Oh, and if I'm not moving again,
Sure, I saw that.
then I
die
can
as
get
well.
the... Oh, I'm so very glad I can use the advantage on that.
Did you just roll 2 ones?
Thank you.
Ooh.
Did I roll 2? Holy shit.
Oh my god.
What the heck? Okay.
Wasn't meant to be. We're meant to lose this encounter. It's just.
Do I hit Sid?
The grease or something.
I think
Even possible. The odds.
yeah, the actual statistical odds of that are very, very low.
0.25% chance.
Yeah, I can't think of anything more creative right now, so yeah, Sid, you just take 7 fire damage.
I knew I was about to be betrayed.
You're
I'll just yell out, I was like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you will be.
your firebolts have become more and more telegraphed since it seems like that's what you do in just like a nice rhythm, spell after spell after spell. And Viviana just anticipates it this time. And
Shoves
since
Sid in the way
Sid
of
is
it.
grappled, yeah, he just positions him in front of the firebolt and gets whacked.
Considering he missed the last attack because of the whole idea that he might still be kind of off from the charm, Blue's just gonna reason. I was like, well, at least now he's definitely awake.
This doesn't This only reinforces the lingering effects of the charm and questioning who's his
Yeah.
Oh, no.
friends.
You have to charm him too, Blue.
Next
What
turn.
You have to
happens
charm
with
everybody.
conflicting charms.
It's just charm battles now. Who can charm who more?
Nice. I like that concept.
Yeah, it's wild.
Imagine half of that combat. Viviana's just standing there looking at this and being like, "What the fuck are these people doing?"
It's not an easy job, okay?
Gurgle, gurgle.
All right, Julian. He has been pointedly avoiding attacking Viviana this whole time, even when she was clearly the next best target to go for. Even though she's been nearly dead this whole time, and he had it in his power to help seal the deal. He and Viviana share a look. Viviana has been looking more and more like a cornered animal herself, much like the other vampire way down there. And she looks around and she knows, you can tell that she knows she's defeated. But it's been made very clear to her by Ramir that there's no way out. She's fighting till the last. And she gives one last glance at Julian, begging for his help in her eyes. And he will if anything, he seems to grow grimmer, if it's even possible, as he moves in to attack her.
Ooh. Didn't expect that. That's good damage.
The attack hits. And she is like literally 1 HP. He raises the blade for the second attack. Hesitates only briefly, as before bringing it down.
And misses epically.
That'd be hilarious.
+8.
Yeah, he does. And that last swipe kills her. Or at least body.
Ugh.
And just before the final blow strikes down, he says, "Please." But the please, the S at the end of it, kind of fades into just this, as he goes into mist and lingers and echoes as the mist, like all the other vampires, goes out into.
I attack the mist, or do I get the sense that it's just a visual thing?
Can you, what do you say you want to do to the mist?
Can I attack it with a spell?
They're like misty form, but they have resistance, but you can still damage them.
Your turn.
Gaseous form,
Yeah.
even.
You can, if you want to spend your action attacking the mist as it goes by, you can. Happens.
Sure. Nothing better to do. I mean, can't help Bramir, so I will. She'll touch it. Do I have to roll with disadvantage?
No. You chill touch it, and you think it hits as much as anything can hit a mist. If you had any effect on it, it's very hard to tell just by physically looking at it.
Okay. For what it's worth, she can't regain hit points for a while.
Oh.
For a turn.
For a turn. Okay. For a very little while. But
Yeah.
gotcha.
That would have been very clutch before. I just realized it's like she couldn't regenerate.
Yeah, I tried to just out damage the regeneration before, but I had bad luck with the rolls.
I mean, we were very underprepared for this fight. We didn't have any of our equipment. Some of us had like fewer spells than we should have.
Eris has
We're fighting a
2 levels
fucking
of
vampire
exhaustion,
level
now
4.
3.
I started the fight with 6 HP and 2 levels of exhaustion.
That's not good.
So is there still a vampire fighting Alexander?
Yeah, there's one down here.
Yes.
Okay, so I will step back into the room. I think I can get to here. And just point at it and say, help Alexander, I guess. Then my turn.
Got this.
Cantrips.
Right. Decent damage. Not enough. Generated.
How rough is this vampire looking?
Very rough. I think you, considering your hooves are, not the most effective thing against a vampire, you think it would take a solid hit, but your hooves are also quite powerful.
But it, like, okay. I'm thinking. Nope. I'm going to charge over here as a horse. Bonus action, revert to human shape. And cast Cure Light Wounds on
Thanks,
or
buddy.
Cure Wounds, I guess.
It's about time you stopped tossing around.
Alright, it'll opportunity attack on.
Oh!
And
what happened?
I've now used move, action, and bonus action, so my turn's done.
Alright.
And so is my time as a horse. I can't switch back, I don't think.
You want to switch out of horse?
As Bram wakes up, it's obvious Stars healed him, but it's also, as Eris kind of pulled you inside this overhang, with not much strength, you're probably in his, like the way people pull them in the lap, and he's holding like torn pieces of your newly purchased expensive garments.
I know it's not my turn, but just come waking up. He's kind of dazed for a moment. Looks up at you holding his horn closed, looks down at himself, wound closed up, but like, that's gray silk shirt just bloodied and rag. Over at Toss and Faith and Blue all surrounded him. Thank you, guys. Just kind of look over, see that Vivian's not there. Doesn't know what happened, but just can kind of piece together that she got put down. Just take a deep sigh.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Sid shouts coming through as he charges through the crowd. Just barges through the crowd and bonus action dashing to get to there. I'm just gonna charge stab this guy.
Gotcha.
Give Otto a rescue because he needs it. And inventory and regular cane.
There you go.
He's an ally, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good to know.
Good
Yay.
day.
Yay, first sneak attack of the battle.
First damage of the battle, actually.
That is... First damage of the battle is enough to end the battle.
Nice.
Turns into mist.
Except now we need to go to a well.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I sheath my cane dramatically.
In combat, and I'll switch this back to non-grid. Let me query this really quickly before we move on. So in the past, I've tried using non-grid combat, and you basically just, you know, you measure movement using the tools and whatnot, and as far as like melee ranges and whatnot, you just kind of, you know, we do a lot of close enough type stuff. It's something we can try if you guys think it would feel more fluid and better. But
if we're gonna have more maps like this, I think it would be for the best because this is a very askew fighting area.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
some maps are really clean.
I mean, I like rooms like this. It's
Everything
more
else about
realistic.
this map is really square and well designed for square. There's like the one thing that's like a skew in the map.
Right, I don't like the limitation of everything having to fit to a 5x5 foot grid, though.
Anyways, we'll cross that board later, maybe.
Yeah.
Now.
I'd be curious to test it. Never tried it.
Yeah. It's one of those things we can, if that would make you more comfortable. We don't want to, whatever makes it easier for you, because like you're the one that has to.
I just, you guys describe a lot of things that you want to do with like very, like kind of like more precise positionings and movements, and I think it might suit the way you guys like to play the game better. It doesn't bother me at all. You got the biggest concession you have to make with that kind of thing is there's a lot of like 0.2 of a foot where it's like technically this person might be 0.2 too far away from melee range, but basically you just operate by a lot of close enough type of rules where if it looks like it's melee range, even if you're not touched.
Okay.
Anyways, we'll think about it. We'll I think we'll try and encounter with that at some point. See how it feels and see. Anyways,
Down to try that.
And it's also like one way may not be the best way for every combat. It might be for some maps, grid makes sense. For some maps like this, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So,
all right. So
I think as the last vampire falls, so protection from evil and good is like a 10 minutes spell, but it's been only 30 seconds. But Iris is too tired and he just drops concentration and leans back against this thing.
Yeah,
I say they went to the well. They went to the well. They're still alive, I think, or still dead, still undead. Is everyone okay? What's happening?
We should really handle that as soon as we can.
I must go to the guests. They will be wandering, and the gunshots will get their attention. Oh, this is such a mess. You're going to deal with it however you're going to deal with it. I just hope you can think about having some tact. But I need to go. This will get out of hand very quickly.
We'll talk. Go.
Have some tact. We're not planning a murder in front of the party guests. We just need to make sure she doesn't kill any more people. What's he expect of us? There
Now,
aren't
I
party
do-
guests down in the well, are there?
Well, they were.
Yeah, like just as he's running off, he mentions the gunshots. Brown was just casually like in a still like lightheaded state. Firecrackers. And then, as Ares sits like leans up against the pew, Bram will take his head off of his lap, like scoot up, sitting position, lean against the pew, like right next to him, shoulder still like kind of half leaning on the dude, because like he's feeling a lot better, but he still lost blood, like same as Ares, maybe not as much, but yeah. So just like this little dwarven man just sitting, leaning up against the elf, just breathing heavy. So what's this about a well?
Well, outside. The one we went down in to.
How are we gonna kill like incorporeal dust though?
And realizing that Julian's still there, I kind of
Yeah.
instinctively looked to him.
We're really sorry about your loss. Thank you so much for your help. But can you tell us how we can stop this from happening again?
There are coffins that their bodies will reform in.
Do we need to like chain them or like some more grease and some fire? Like
So maybe not the best.
right,
Tactful.
got it. Sorry.
Tactful.
We'll make a little zipper motion across their mouth.
I love Blue's energy, just with like just this curious little like untactful mouse talking to this very sad man.
There are a couple ways. A wooden spike driven into their heart will kill them. Or if you take the coffin outside, open it into daylight, they will die soon enough.
That sounds easy enough. I mean, getting the well out of a ladder.
I mean, it doesn't need to be from a well. We came from somewhere.
I still think that was up a ladder, right? Was it a stairwell? I
It
don't
was a
remember.
staircase, right here.
Okay, that's slightly easier. Still cumbersome, but possible.
So, what do you plan to do now? Still addressing Julian.
Is there more than just now left for me?
I mean, we don't need to tell the guild about you.
If anything, you could probably get a job with the guild, considering how strong you are.
He'll glare searchingly at everybody to see if anybody maybe has different intentions in this. If anybody
Say that
does,
again, Ben?
he's looking at everybody to see if everybody agrees with basically letting him live, or if anybody's having other thoughts.
Yeah, yes. What do you think?
Yeah,
I feel like everyone looks at Ares.
yeah. I mean, he's looking at everybody. He's not giving anybody more special consideration, but
As he moves out of my reach again, I do not think. But so
But
the
I'm saying
person
if
who
roll a, if you are having second thoughts about it, then you might need to roll a deception.
read the memories was Viviana, right? Not Julie.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was.
Eris
I will
has
remind
no
that they
problem.
did seem to clearly has the ability to communicate telepathically, and it seems like after you did that to Ares, Ares would not know because he was unconscious, but the rest of you saw that him and Viviana exchanged glances.
But Eris didn't see that.
Yeah, and how much can you really exchange with glances?
And even if
That's
he
fine.
did share it,
Enough.
he could be using that right now to blackmail and say, "Well, you have to let me go, or I'll share this." So this would be the
Yeah.
moment to do that. So
Eris doesn't roll a deception.
Okay.
I'd like a conversation with you, but before the night's done. But I don't have any. I don't have any intention of fighting you.
Made a
Even if
difficult
you did.
choice. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I
Keep
mean,
going.
yeah. No, I was just gonna say is like I don't have any intention of fighting you, and even if I did, I couldn't.
Ab leans against the wall and says, "Y'all weird. Y'all should kill him right now."
Shut up, Heb.
You made a difficult choice. You stood up against your own kind for our sake, and we owe you our lives. Don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Except Heb.
Hey, leave Heb alone. He doesn't have context.
Oh, he probably does now. So if you want a clean start or something, your secret is, like, look at the others,
Mm-hmm.
safe with us.
Yeah.
we will not.
One of my secret special skills is keeping secrets.
He wasn't always like that, you know.
Aren't most vampires? That's just how vampires work, right? Not always that way.
Oh.
Even after she turned,
Hmm.
he turned far longer ago than I did. The curse wears away at you over the years.
Magic, really?
For what it's worth, I'm sorry. It couldn't have been easy.
Are you scared?
They all become like her. Yeah.
It just nods. And kind of steps forward after a moment of thought, just kind of steps forward, careful to not step in the grease, and just sort of carefully puts a hand on his shoulder.
It's very cold, but And he looks away from you. There's work to do, I guess.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
There's a way we can get down there. And he'll go to the altar and he reaches around the bottom of the altar until he finds a switch, and the altar shifts backwards until it reveals a staircase going down. Validate everybody's copy paste.
Ooh.
Who gets it?
Right down at the bottom, yeah. I am alive.
And we have a panther again.
Oh, hold on. Your old token.
Ooh.
Torch or something to be lit.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Over here. With
It
a
looks so peaceful.
with a lot of strength, he moves this moves that out of the way and reveals a secret passage behind it.
Hello? We
Oh, wrong one.
Wait, am I going the wrong way?
Yeah. You went.
Ah,
I have lost my token entirely.
Oh, did it not copy you over? What?
Mine was here at the beginning. When we first came here, mine was there, but now it's gone.
If you're still in the room where we found Ares, go to the right and bottom
Uh,
of the map.
No, there's my token.
I'm just gonna
My
give
token just
you
appeared.
a light as
Okay. Try to move through a wall. Yeah, that's a wall apparently. I can't go through.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Oh wow.
I'll let you through now.
Nope. Oh, okay there. I just had to do it from the right angle.
Yeah, it has. I think.
Yeah, walls are really. Doors are so
Oh.
complicated in this game.
Holy
You know,
shit.
thinking how
Whoa.
differently this could have gone if we had picked the left door.
Yeah,
instead of
you
the
guys
right.
could have. You guys were so close to just finding all of this.
this was the other passageway when you guys came down.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably comes in from the here or here or something.
Julian,
Yeah.
before you guys came down here, Julian would have grabbed shards of the broken wood from the door that the vampires tore down. And he won't do it himself, but he'll simply like throw the pieces of broken wood on the ground, many of which looks like they could probably suffice for a stake. Here, let me help you out, Taz.
I'll bend down.
Thank you. I get caught on walls, and
I'll bend down, pick up one of the stakes,
Yeah,
look at him.
We
Look
will
at
grab one.
what's the least painful way we can do this? I know that's probably a dumb question.
The best way to put them to rest.
Also, which one is you? So we don't.
I'd imagine it'd be the empty one.
Yes. It would probably be the empty one. I mean, they're... Yeah, I assume you guys go through and just one by one drive stakes into all their hearts.
It tries to look like he's not having too much fun.
Okay.
Graham is having no fun.
Just
Sid knows
watching.
he's not supposed to be.
Blue had to like put the lid of the coffin on the side and climb on top to get at a good angle.
So he just kind of stands to the side and doesn't interfere, doesn't help.
Eris doesn't really do much. He just leans against the pillar with his 3 levels of exhaustion. The only thing is he'll step up to ensure that, Viviana's coffin is well and truly dealt with.
I'll do Ares' share of the work.
Oh, also just stand next to Iris and watch.
After towards the end of your work, or rather not too long after you're completely done with it, as for each time that you drive a stake into one of their hearts, they don't really make much of a sound of pain. It's more just like a slightly pained, slightly startled exhale, like a final dying breath.
That's
And,
worse somehow.
Yeah. And then their bodies in there were very rapidly wither and age, as if their natural aging that they'd been foregoing has caught up with them, and they very quickly turn to nothing but bones. And yeah, Von Broth enters the chamber from another doorway that was on the far side that I think out of sight for most of you, and surveys the work. He seems rather melancholy at the moment. He says, the party guests are going home, or have passed out drunk. I don't know quite how to spin it. I told them there was a fight and that the murderer was found and apprehended. I'm sure they'll create any number of rumors.
I mean, that sounds good though, right? Although I guess it's one less like rumor for people to be interested in.
I think that's how it works.
I suppose not.
The thing about rumors, though, is that they just spin so wildly out of proportion that no one knows what actually happened anyway. So the truth of the matter is pretty much not going to get out anyway.
What? Ben, I have 2 questions. What rank and how drunk was Heb during that fight?
Um,
Like, what rank in the organization? Like, what rank is he,
Oh.
and like, how drunk is he?
Heb is Wayfarer. And he's he's like just below drunk. He's just at the point where I can't give him the poison condition. But you think like one more solid drink, and I'd probably be applying the poison condition. He's pretty loose. And he is, well, how long does charm person last? Is it 1 minute or 10 minutes? I think either way he would no longer be charmed. But
An hour, I think.
an hour? Okay,
Yeah,
never mind. He is
yeah,
charmed
it's
still.
like an hour.
Okay. So he is he's just kind of pleasantly following along. Still seems suspect of Julian, but he's, compliant, helping out, driving stakes into the hearts of things. And overall, it seems like the situation hasn't quite hit him. Still very much trying. Von Broff says, "What now? What about Julian? Is he to live?"
He saved us. He saved you.
And he's been not hurting anyone because he's been using that cure or whatever it is, or medicine or whatever it is that you made, so.
I'm glad. Thank you. It is a shame. Just trying to help them all. They were
Well, she
so
didn't want to be
eager
helped.
to accept my
Was-
help at first. But they've grown so resentful the past years.
Those staff members, were they cursed before, or did Vivian curse them? Like, were they vampires who you disguised as staff, or were they staff that Vivian ate?
Mostly they were from before. But one of them was new.
Julian, do you think you can replicate Von Broth's potion on your own?
He gives a small nod.
Is this what you want to do?
He says, "No, it's not what I want to do. If I had the courage, I'd be bones in a coffin." But something keeps me doing that, staying. Maybe it's just instinct, basic need to survive.
No, that's good though. Listen to that.
And she has, I guess, so far Faith has just watched, hasn't participated in the stabbing, and has kind of winced a little bit with the sound of every vampire passing away. But now all of a sudden she'll kind of take a step towards him and say, if you want to, I can help you with that. If it's really what you want.
He considers. If it was what I really wanted, I would have fought you. And he turns away.
I nod.
Julian, or Von Broff goes to Julian and places a hand on his shoulder for a few moments before pulling it away and kind of rubbing the frost off of it. This concoction of mine is the first step. I'm hoping I can find, however many years it takes, however long my life has, some kind of permanent cure. Through reversal of the effects.
Who did this to you?
Julian says, Vivian did.
And who did it to her? Do you know?
I'm not sure if she even remembers. Thousands of years ago, I think. The mind's not meant to live this long.
How long has it been for you?
Maybe 500. I stopped counting after the first 2 centuries.
I nod.
It was after the purge. That's what you're...
If you're planning to stay here, then we can come over every now and then just to check on you. And you. And I look to Alexander.
Von Broff says, we will be here for a time, but I think what happened tonight will make too many waves. In a few months, I'll have to find somewhere new to move. Somewhere even more remote. But yes, we will be here for some
If you
time.
do sell this place, you should clean up the basement.
Yes.
Conservative.
Yes, the basement will be scrubbed. Every trace. You're very gracious,
We can
I must say.
We're literally here to help people. What do you expect?
Considering what you've seen and what you know.
Well, you weren't trying to do anything bad. You were trying to help people. Julian helped us and has been following the whole, don't eat people kind of thing. So if he's trying to be different than the stereotype or he's trying to be good, like, why would we get mad at him for trying to be good?
Fate is just staring at Blue at this moment.
It is just...
What, did I say something bad? Blue's confused.
No, sorry. She looks away.
In most cultures, there's a measure of well, I've traveled the world as a performer, and I've seen how hatred passes from generation to generation. It is easier to hate someone for what they are, rather than who they are.
It is.
Yeah, Julian meets Faith's eyes, maybe for the first time since the fighting ended. Doesn't say anything, but there's certainly something about gaze, the a sort of knowing. Probably not enough that you would know that he knows, but it's enough to maybe like put you on edge or make you feel uncertain.
I'll meet his eyes for a couple of seconds, and then I'll turn and return to Harris and sort of lean on the column. And
You
just
didn't
look
say
away.
anything. Sorry. You didn't say anything weird, Blue. You just have a very you have a way of just kind of getting to the point. It's a good thing.
You only need fluffy words when you're trying to deceive people. Like, come on.
Fluffy words. Very fitting.
She has a point, though. You have a disease, and your life's not easy. I don't know what you're going through. I haven't experienced what you have, so my words might ring hollow. But I do have empathy.
Oh,
Wow.
just me?
No,
That
no.
was a new kind of Discord
No.
robot.
Yeah, it's evolving.
What happened?
You just your voice got very granular.
Sped
Oh,
up.
sorry.
It might
Is
have
it-
just been Discord. It's good now.
Okay. I was just saying this is it's you're making the effort to try, as difficult as it is. And maybe that's the difference between monsters and man. The willingness to try.
Julian places a hand on one of the nearest coffin. Says they tried to. All of them. Got them here. Nothing to say I'll be any different. I'm cursed the same way they are. Viviana used to be the hopeful one. More than anyone else. None of you saw it. I wish you could have. Devin, I think your mic's being weird again.
Is it?
Now it's good.
No.
It's like It's bad until like right after, and then you say something that's good.
Huh. I'm sorry, man.
It's all good. It's just I know you're trying to say things, and I wish I could hear.
No, I can hear you. I was being quiet for a second.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was just whatever. Anyways, you heard what he said. So, no.
Yeah. I don't know if you follow Daikinism at all. But there's all the gods have a certain aspect to them. They're little domains. And while they're all good, personally my favorite's always been Artis. Because he was a bad guy. And he found a way to be good. And even if you don't follow the faith, as a metaphor, it's still a good story. And the message is important. It's hard. I don't need to tell you that. But you found ways of expressing yourself. You have your garden. You have Von Broth. You have, and if you want, it may be hard. You can have us if you want company or someone to talk to. Faith, myself, Blue, Sid, whoever wants. You may never want to see us again after this night, but the offer's there.
He nods. Thank you. I think I'm done fighting. And he'll resummon his great sword, and it will float over here to the ground where he shoves it into the ground where it sticks there and stays. I have no one left to defend or to fight for, except myself. I think if it ever comes to that, I'll be ready to just go wherever that moment takes. I won't be needing that anymore. Please, take it. You can do far more good with it than I can. And yeah.
Such a cool sword. Such a cool sword.
Who needs a magic ancient sword when you got a vampire sword?
A tear forms in the corner of Sid's eye. He doesn't say anything.
There's no way for me to post it for everyone to look at, but I mean, he's been making attacks with it, and there's all the abilities, and it's there under the items for anybody to see. I'll change everybody.
I think Sid is tactless enough to just run up and. He's got decent charisma, but this is not the kind of thing. Like, it's not his strength.
That's a great sword.
It is a great sword.
Also,
It's okay. So here I'm gonna make some special rules about it. It is a telekinetically commanded sword, so it's kinda. I think the normal proficiencies don't really apply to it. Just kind of think what you want it to do, and it does that. It kind of has a mind of its own. It's not like a sentient weapon, but it kind of operates independently from its master most of the time, and only acts when the master gives it a command.
I'm assuming it does not count as a finesse weapon.
No, it will not be finesse. It's not two-handed either. I'm gonna say that any martial weapon proficiency can any martial weapon proficiency with a bladed weapon can be applied to the greatsword as well, or to this sword specifically. So if you have, I think rapier is a martial weapon, so that counts. There's a lot of proficiencies that I'll allow to double as proficiency with that weapon.
I love that Ares is the only one that was following the rules. It's that small little dibs.
oh yeah, there's the dibs protocol.
Yeah, there's the actual dibs protocol. If there's a
Ares will like gladly hand it over. I mean, Sid, yeah.
I was just says dips, but he doesn't take it from her.
Oh.
Not now, at least.
Okay. I'll hang on to it. I'll drag it around behind me.
What's Hib doing this entire time?
He's still charmed. I mean, just because he's charmed doesn't mean he's not hearing and absorbing all this information. But because he is charmed by Blue, he is definitely in a mindset where the things Blue has said are he takes it almost as like, at least at the moment, he seems like he's going along with things. When the charm releases, we'll kind of see maybe a truer take of what he thinks.
Yeah, just waiting for him to.
Von Broff says, so what is the story you're going to tell about this? Tell anybody about this? Whatever you say, if you want us to be safe, has to exclude vampires in any shape or form.
Wait, could you repeat that?
I was basically saying that however you decide to report it back to the guild about what happened, it can't include vampires in any shape or form, or otherwise, I'll continue in character. If vampires are mentioned to anybody that is reputable, if it somehow gets back to the Logic Masters, they will send people here.
Just stepping out of the game for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get some lower dump on this?
Yeah, so I mean, okay,
So when I say lower dump, I mean, will Logic Masters actually come if a report says that all vampires
it's the same
were
situation.
So
that sorcerer stuff, right?
So I hate to use this analogy, but I think it works really well. So you can think about the Great Purge a little bit like the Holocaust. Yes, Jewish people were like the biggest population that were affected by it, but there were tons of other ethnic minorities, like homosexuals, like stuff like that. There were a lot of other I think it was something like 6 million Jewish people, and then 5 million of various other sources. You can think of the Logic Masters did kind of similarly things with their Great Purge. Vampires were among the monsters that were hunted to near extinction. Obviously, dragons and sorcerers were like the big two, but vampires, werewolves, almost any like common monster. Changelings were almost hunted to near extinction, but have made a resurgence and have become more popularly accepted. There's still a lot of almost any shape changer was part of the Great Purge. The vampires were among it. They're just not the when people think of, again, just like when you think about the Holocaust today, people mention the Holocaust, the thing that everybody immediately thinks about are Jewish people being killed. And so when people mention the Great Purge, people immediately think about sorcerers and dragons first and foremost. But vampires are definitely among the populations that were affected by it. Again, I hate to make that comparison because it's not the same thing, really, but it works to some extent.
No, I think it was helpful to get a somewhat picture.
Yeah.
The next question is, being a logic master, I always would know what kind of responses are sent out. So if there's a reporting of vampires, but the incident has been dealt with, all vampires reportedly dealt with, will they send anyone? Assuming the reporting comes from like a non-logic master.
You think if the reporting came from a non-logic master, they might send someone discreetly to look into it. If it came from a logic master or a source that they trust to the extent that they would trust a logic master, then yeah, they'd probably just accept that at face value and let it lie.
Okay. So as I think, Sid, you mentioned that you don't do arrows.
I gave him a quick glance because Otto said that Logic Masters, if they caught wind of this. Yeah.
So Aris will turn back to Otto, and then with like a slow pan gaze over to Julian, say, if a logic master were to send them word that all vampires here were dealt with, they wouldn't send anyone.
Well, if Logic Master did do that, then I suppose so, but what Logic Master would ever lie about that? I've never found one that would be bribed successfully. Good luck for that. That's your intention.
Oh my god, I wish I was a different character.
Not a very
Negotiate the
viable
bribe
option,
right now.
really. What a good idea. Maybe. I have
think we
many
got-
contacts.
I think everyone's just smiling at this point.
Yeah.
Bram's not. He's just kind of looking down. It's problem is we can make any promise we want. But
Even
Ebbs' own-
even Julian actually gives a half smile.
I think we're all getting ahead of ourselves. We can give a report and we understand what's going on. But Heb's his own man. I'd look over Heb because I'd fit.
All our own men.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he might make a different report than us.
I
And
mean, you're on the level, aren't you, Heb? You don't want
Bram,
to dispute things
I
with
want
us.
to point out, Bram does not know that Heb is charmed. because he was passed out when that happened.
I don't think
Is
it'd be
charm
obvious anyway.
concentration? Is there a way to end it so we can have a chat with Heb and see what their opinion is?
Charm person.
Yeah, I think it's just I have to undo it.
It's technically not a concentration, but yeah, I think it'd be silly if you couldn't. If the person who cast the charm couldn't undo it that well. So, whenever you want to drop it, you can.
I'll drop it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like reading it now to see if I can.
Even if it doesn't specify, I'm fine with saying that you can. Yeah. So how
It
about?
just says until spell ends or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. You just like flick him or something, and then it's over.
No, with charm person, do they? No.
He knows he was charmed. Yeah. So when Blue drops it, he's gonna apologize. Like, hey, I'm sorry about that, but we really needed your help, and it was the quickest way to do that. I hope you can forgive me for that.
We don't know what she's talking about.
Look, this here fellow's used to getting his strings pulled, and to pull strings. So, it's fine. All that being said, I don't know about this.
Do you want the rest of this really nice wine?
Fuck.
Anybody that knows anything about Heb Hackle hath sin knows I am amenable to a bribe or two. Yes, and I can also just give you some money. That will work. I am extremely wealthy, after all. That. Eb says that could also work, yes? Well, look. If y'all really want to keep things hush-hush, I'll do my end of things. Julian fella seems, well, he seems like a sad, mopey type, and,
We help good people.
yeah.
Inside check him
Sure.
with my not very good insight.
You think that,
I also want to insight.
yeah, go ahead.
Same. Same row.
You think that, knowing Heb and the interactions you've seen him have with other guild members, and maybe that you've had with him as well, just kind of between quests, you know that he's the type of person who cannot keep his mouth shut about anything. He has to put things into a song, and anything significant that happens to him or that he hears about, he writes songs about and sings about. And so you think it's going to be almost impossible for him to not make some kind of song about what happened. Now, he's also got a reputation as, well, basically being the kind of person who makes up and adds things on and bloats up an event way out of proportion and always makes himself look like way more of a hero than he maybe actually is. And that gives him an air of kind of like not much credibility. Of course, nobody says to his face, but everybody thinks it.
Like he fights a ghoul and he's like, yeah, it was a troll or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Or he kills a zombie and he writes a song about the time he defeated a lich.
Yeah, that to that level. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's bad. None of his,
Now
all of
say-
his songs are epic world-saving scale type things.
So if we maybe put in our report as like a group of bandits out in the woods found the party was always really easy to break into, or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's not out of the question.
That could be an easy enough scale that he would like, oh, well, it was actually vampires, and no one would believe him because it's a crazed version of what we said.
Oh yeah, he'll always he tags on like any mundane encounter with just like a brigand or something is like actually it was a cannibal brigand, or actually the brigand was a werewolf, or something like that. He does that shit all the time.
Would Logic
So-
Masters actually look into cannibals?
That's a really interesting question.
Probably
No, 'cause,
not.
like, we could technically say it was cannibals. We're not entirely lying,
They
but
do eat parts of people.
Yeah, I like that. I genuinely like that.
I think the simplest way would be to just say it was vampires and just exclude Julian's presence.
Yeah. There was a couple of vampires. There was the head vampire, and then all threats were taken care of. All threats were eliminated.
Are you cool with that, Heb?
Oh well. I get to rap my song about vampires, and this Julian
If it-
fella doesn't get in trouble. That sounds good enough to me.
Besides, Heb, it wouldn't make a good song if you put down that one got away.
Also, if we ever found out that word came out about this, we would have to
Oh god.
Be very upset.
be very upset, yes.
very upset.
Oh. And I
On
hate
the other
upsetting my
hand-
friends, I just hate upsetting them.
On the other hand, if it all goes to plan, you can take a lot of credit for work that we did. So, and we would support that claim publicly.
Well, you're really getting me the sweet end of the stick, aren't you? All the credit, all the glory.
So, most of the credit.
Yeah, not all. Just some.
Enough of the credit.
85% non-deductible tax credit.
We'll talk on the way back.
I guess we'll work out. He's already plucking away, trying out some chords.
Oh my god.
That or we just leave him here and let what happens happen when we leave, I mean.
Von Broth, hearing the chord, says, "No, you might have not said it."
Oh.
What did he say?
How about you?
He's critiquing his chord choice.
How about you get some fresh air Hap, and practice a new song? We'll hear it when we come up.
We should probably all go.
Yes, please. I have a lot of work to do. More cleanup. And I did happen to lose all of my staff tonight.
You want us to stay for another day and help?
Cleaning mission, yeah.
I mean, we're already here, and
That wasn't sarcastic. I'm down.
Well,
if it'll make you feel better, we won't say no if you wanted to pay us for our time.
that would only be fair. But yes, I could use more.
At the very least, we can help you clean up the concerning stuff before you have to hire other staff to help with the other stuff.
Mhm.
If anything, that might be the hardest part to explain away. Truthful about the staffing vampires, and no, it's easy to.
Someone with your hands shouldn't do manual labor.
I don't think. Wait, hold on. I don't think we should. We can be honest about vampires. I don't think we should be. I don't think we should include the fact that Von Broth was aiding and abetting. Let's just leave all that out.
Who said?
Of course.
Yeah, like the whole. I'm just saying, like we mentioned vampires, then all of a sudden a bunch of vampire stuff's in his basement, It's not a good look.
I guess I could hire slowly to, like, I still have enough staff. Work with a skeleton.
Did you have like a
crew.
head of staff?
Not anymore.
Like did
Not anymore. I think we should
well
stop asking awkward questions.
No, but there's a purpose for this question. The reason I ask is you could say, because like the head of staff or head butler or whatever could have been like the leader vampire that was running everything, so Venbroth didn't know anything that was going on.
I think we're adding a lot to this lie.
Well, how else would he not know stuff is going on?
How about this? You report you fought a bunch of vampires. I will think of the proper story for why my staff.
Do you still want help cleaning up the basement?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right, we've it's been a long session.
I want to do a quick thing with Julian as they're cleaning up because Eris is not involving himself in manual labor.
Sure.
Being so tired.
Yeah, you're way too tired.
So I think, you know, as we catch a minute, Eris will step up and say about a logic master sending word so that none come looking for vampires. Well, you're in luck as you happen to be speaking with one.
Yeah, that was a little pale. That's very well. I suppose if you haven't taken action against me now, then that's very surprising.
It's not. He's good like that.
So I was intending it to be like a one-on-one, but Faith can be the.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think no, that's fine. If Faith follows Harris, then he won't stop it from. He won't hide it from Faith.
Okay, so you probably weren't aware that she was following, but all of a sudden
Yeah.
hear the voice behind you.
Harris will say, I'll write to the logic masters and let them know there are no vampires here. He'll look right into his eyes and say, we'll keep secrets safe.
Oh,
There's
I love that.
and there's obvious meaning behind it.
Yeah. Okay, is this a conversation with Julian or with Von Broth then?
Did I say one prof? I meant Julian.
I might have misheard. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Julian nods and says, "You don't need to worry about that. I can empathize."
Harris will nod and just say, I hope you found peace, Julian. That's yeah. And the other quick thing I want to do is I'm 99% sure that there were 6 vampire minions plus Julian plus Viviana, which means 8 vampires, and there are 8 coffins. Do I need to like roll an intelligence check to remember in game and be 100% sure?
No, you don't.
Okay. As long as the numbers add up. That's it.
Before you leave the conversation, Julian just kind of like lightly grabs your arm and says, if you're looking for more, I do know one.
More vampires?
No, more like you.
I think now is the first time she actually realizes that he knows about her.
He helped us, or helped Van Broth make his concoction.
Oh,
Do they have a name?
Exegar.
Eros will like lightly describe Elliot.
Yes, that's him. I know there's more, but I haven't seen the others. He's
I-
a little headstrong, but he helped us. Maybe he can help her. They're trying to create a sanctuary, just like we made one here.
or people like him?
Yes. I don't know how many, but I know there's more. He's talked in a way that makes it seem that there. He has some
Thank
kind
you.
of project he's working on that he says will help keep them all safe once it's done.
Thank you.
Of course, I can get in contact with him if you let me know.
Out of character, we decided that we're staying for another day to help clean up, right?
Yeah.
So I'll say I'll let you know before we leave.
You know.
All right, with that, if you guys can want to hang out and talk more, that's cool. We ran really late.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of fun. I need to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you need to.
Same here.
We'll do like the extra day of cleanup and any further RP, and we'll finish that up. And then just to get it out there just before you leave, level up to 5. That'll happen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yay.
You know what that means.
Power spike.
Fireball.
Yeah, Bo.
Yeah, so just be cognizant of that. I'll leave the game. Well, the next group is an hour and some change. So you guys won't have a ton of time, but I'll leave the game up for a good while.
I have enough
Awesome.
time. I don't have any spells.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, there's still some RP stuff to clean up for this quest, but we'll do that next time and then probably move on to next quest or something else. Yeah, we're running pretty late, and I'm gonna go ahead and hop off as well. Get some.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, big money, big money, big money. Ooh, so bad.
All right, guys. See you next week.
All right. Y'all take care.
All right, bye.
Hi.
See you. Thanks
Yeah.
for the great session.
All right. All right. Good session. Big encounter. Good RP. Where's that? There it is. All right. Strawberry Strawbrios. I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, thanks for the follow. Sorry I didn't call it out earlier. I was very focused on the game, and there was a lot of good RP. I didn't want to interrupt. Didn't want to turn my attention from it. Pull myself out of the moment. But thanks for the follow. And yeah, very good session. Lots of still even more juicy RP to tie up for the next session. A lot of ways things can go. There's some secrets and stuff that's slowly coming out of the bag. Very excited for how things are. All right, well, I don't have anything else to say really. Good session. All the sessions lately have been pretty good, actually. This whole group has been from the start, really. All right, well, anyone watching, I will see you next week. Same time, same day of the week. And yeah, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.